Good evening, everyone. And yes, it's evening my time, but it's probably around 6:30 your time if you're on Eastern Standard Time, and then, you know, go through the time zones. I don't have to. But anyway, welcome, everyone. And I hope you've been having a lovely day today. Let me know how your day has been today, and if you are having a good week so far. I kind of we're having a little bit of a thing with Nora. Nora knows that Daddy's leaving, even though he hasn't even started packing his suitcase. She already knows. Because Saturday, what time are you leaving Saturday?
Early in the morning.
Really early in the morning, Saturday morning, he will be getting a flight unless the weather decides to misbehave. One can always hope for that. I know, I'm being naughty. But anyway, I hope everybody's having a great day. I want to say hello to those that are already in the chat. Janet was the first one in here, then Ninja second, Robin third, and someone else I said. Oh, and Janet's here too. Yeah. All right. So anyway, don't forget to vote up top of the poll. So here's the name of the game tonight. I can't make up. I'm kind of not in the mood for doing 1,000 block today, so I moved it to tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow night, my time, but afternoon your time. So I'm in a dilemma here. I can't make up my mind on whether I want to work on the Star Climber, this right here, or if I want to work on Katie's Creative Chaos. So I am giving you a task. What do you want me to work on tonight? In the poll, vote whether you want me to work on Katie's Creative Chaos, which is that charm Sewalong that we've been working on for a little less than a year now. Or would you rather see me work on Star Climber, which is that Sewalong that I've been doing with Sean? Because we're going to be wrapping up Star Climber on the 1st of February. So that means I got to start sewing these all together. But I still need to add more blocks before I do that. So the task for you today is to vote on which one you want me to work on tonight, because I have both of them pulled out. So either one I can start on. And yes, you just saw me do that. This is the nature of me and doing this 4 or 5 times a day. Hello, Cindy. Cindy says, hello from Florida. Morning was foggy, but sun in the afternoon. Hello, Lee. Welcome. Hello, Nanette. It's good to see you. Hello, Candace. It's good to see you. Hello, Judy Smith. Welcome. All right, Nico, is this a new laptop project or Lego project?
Nope, it's the same.
It's the one he's been working on, for the last week and a half?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm working on the engine part now.
Yeah, he's working on the top half of the Razor Crest. So that is the Lego Star Wars Lego Crest from The Mandalorian. And as you know, if you're if you have followed the Mandalorian series, you know, and I think it was in season 2, the Mandalorian the Razor Crest got blown up. But rumor has it that in the movie that's going to hit theaters sometime this year, I have to go look and see what month. Potentially there's going to be a new Razor Crest. So if there is, I'm betting y'all that Lego's going to have a newer Razor Crest, and I know someone is going to want it probably. Now, whether it's going to be the same size as this one, because there's 2 sizes of the Millennium Falcon now, and it may turn out that they'll do a smaller version of the Razor Crest if and when they decide whether they're going to do that or not. Hello, Beverly. Welcome. Lee says, still no email from you. Yep. You will have one in the morning. I just got to do it after the live. I was waiting on a bit of information, and now I have it. Okay. Now, while I'm waiting on all of y'all to vote and waiting for more people to come in, let's have a little bit of a talk. I'm going to kind of fill you in on what my January is going to look like. Also, I'm probably going to make a poll later in the live that has to, and I need to make a note to remind myself to do that. now this channel is 2.5 years old. And the last 2.5 years, well, the last 2 years, I haven't done an end of the year recap, or whatever you want to call it. So I'm going to do a poll and going to ask, would you rather me do a pre-record recap for 20? If the recap will not be done until probably the first week in February, because I have everything I need to get buttoned up, and January is when I'm going to spend it. Because most of my projects, as you know, started in February of this past year, and it was a lot of them were year-long projects. There was a couple that weren't, and then there's a couple additional projects that got thrown in there at the last minute. So some of the stuff I got to finish buttoning up. I want to finish buttoning up Katy's creative chaos, at least to the point of at least having almost a whole quilt top. I also want to button up Star Climber. We also have a Stitch It kit that needs to be. I'm pretty far along on that one. And the dragon fruit. Now with the dragon fruit, I will make sure that all my blocks are finished by the end of January. So I won't have the big, because they make big. By the time you join everything, you have big 12.5-inch blocks. Once that happens, then I can start sewing the quadrants together, and I will do that in February. Is today your birthday? Hi, Kevin. No, my birthday's in March. My birthday for the channel is in July. So my channel's 2.5 years old. And hi, Kevin. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Magic Frog. Welcome, welcome. And I've been watching. Yeah, I've been playing your playlist too, Magic Frog. Lee says he's going to go night all. All right. Did you mute it? Okay, so how about the 1,000 block book? Yes, tomorrow I will be working on that. And yeah, that's the other thing that I'm gonna button up. By the end of January, we will have 36 blocks. Okay, so I probably about mid-January, I'm gonna start cutting all the sashing. So I'll have everything already pre-laid out for the sashing. And then in February, we are going to sew that whole quilt top together. And then I will do a special where I will show, y'all will see the finished quilt top. You will also see there's several other viewers who have a quilt, some sort. I think Judy already finished hers. There's a couple of them that are still working on theirs. It's in progress right now. So we'll be sharing all those together. And yeah, because this has been a lot of fun this year between the Star Climber, Katy's Creative Chaos, the 1,000 block. Then we have new projects starting in February, and I still don't have a complete plan yet. That's why I use January to formulate what kind of things I want to do. I do have some plans I think will be great for everyone. One of the things I really want to strive to do is do more short pre-records that will benefit people. I want to do some more that relates to YouTube, and I also want to work on little things like what's your favorite ruler or what's your favorite sharp, and talk about what mine are and which ones I think are a waste of money and why, and what beginners should start out with, or on my personal opinion. It might not necessarily be someone else's. So we'll talk about that. But this week, what we're going to do is today, it looks like right now we're at 71% on Katy's Creative Chaos. So we'll probably continue on with that. Tomorrow I will be doing Birthday Girl from the 1,000 block book. That's number 28 block, which we'll be doing tomorrow. And then Friday, we're going to do Homestead Delight, which is another 1,000 block because I'm doubling up to get to 36. It's Saturday. I have some news for you, and I'm going to show you what the plan is. Becca from Sew Becca is going to join my live on Saturday the 10th. She will also be joining me on February the 7th because we're going to do like a 2-part collaboration together. And I'm going to share my screen here in just a second to show you what the plan is for what we're going to sew. We are going to do an FPP, and I'm going to show you where to go to get it. Should you want to get prepared for Saturday, that'll be this Saturday, January the 10th. At 4:30 Eastern Standard Time, she and I will get together and do this collaboration, and we'll start this sew. So I will also be sharing the link with you guys in the chat. So let's go ahead and share the screen. Okay, so what I picked out was something called, honey, let me know when you see that on the browser. Okay, anyone in the chat, if you see the web browser, let me know you see it in the chat, either with a heart or say yes or no, you don't see it. So, because this is what we're going to do with our collaboration. We are going to do some paper piecing as a collab. It's a very simple collaboration. It's a small mini quilt that we can make. So if any of you okay, Robin says yes. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we're going to go through this website a little bit. I'm also sharing the link to this website, but I'm also going to share the link for the paper piecing part of it too. So what Becca and I are going to do is we're going to do this butterfly charm block paper piecing pattern. And it's super cute. It's going to be fun. And right here, you click on this and it'll download this and right to your, on your phone or onto your computer. I'm going back to the other screen. And it also talks about, read everything she said on here. But basically what we're going to do is we're going to make colorful butterflies. And you can see she put them within charm squares. So you can actually, if you want to do a mini charm, a mini quilt top, you can just make 4 butterflies and you have a little mini quilt to hang on the wall. Or you can intermix these butterflies into 9 patch blocks. I think that's 9. No, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that's 4 by 4, so that's 16. Okay, so anyway, 16 blocks. But you can do it any way you want to. I don't know what Becca has in mind, but I'm sure that we'll let you know on Saturday which one. I think I'm going to just make it. I don't know. I might put some 5-inch blocks intermixed with the butterflies. We'll see how it goes. But either way, it's going to be colorful. I definitely will be doing batiks on this one because I want to be colorful. I do have some batik charm squares that I can incorporate within that if I wanted to. Or I may just do straight up, do 4 butterflies and make a little mini quilt. And I think doing 4 butterflies and making a little mini quilt would be easy for us to do a lot of it on Saturday, do a lot of it on the next go around, maybe even get into quilting it. Maybe I'll have all the pieces done. And then, during the live, we can be sewing, quilting it and start working on that part. So if you want to participate in this, I'm going to share the link. Well, let me unstop. Yeah, hang on a minute. I will be sharing the screen again in just a second. All right. Now I'm going back to share the screen and let me know when you see the browser again. Okay, let me know when you see it. Because this is the PDF file, and we're going to go through the PDF file real quick. Hey, Laura, welcome, welcome. Hello, Patty G, welcome, welcome. It's good to see everyone. If you are a channel creator, please type exclamation selfie to share your channel. Please do that. All right, let me know when you can see the screen with it says the butterfly on it, the PDF. Let me know when you see it. And I will also be sharing that link should you want to just bypass going to the main page. This is the PDF file right here that I just posted in the chat. Okay, anyone, can you see? Let me know. How is everybody doing? Let me know how your week has been. Have you had a good week? And what's your weather been like? We are at 23 degrees Fahrenheit according to my laptop. Okay, yes. All right. So let's walk through this PDF. So like I said, it comes with a pattern. And it also has all the paper piecing that you need to print everything. These little paper piece blocks measures 5.5 inches after piecing and can be used as a 5-inch finished square or trimmed to 5 inches for a 4.5-inch finished square. So you have a choice here, making them perfect for mixing with 5-inch charm squares. The Gidget Cricut patterns each have 8 sections and Pepper has 6. And it goes into a description about the 1/4-inch seam allowance, what sizes you can make them out of, and then you scroll down here, and then you have Cricut, which is this butterfly charm block right here, and these are all the sections for that. So you would need to print this out, and then you need to. This one is called Gidget, and then you have Pepper. And then there's a coloring page where you can sit and doodle a little bit and decide what you want to do. See, looky here, it's not 4 butterflies, it's 3. So you can actually put charm squares in between this. So it's up to you how you want to do it, but this is the PDF and you need to download it so you can print out these paper piecing parts for the butterflies. And I hope that some of y'all, if maybe all of y'all, would be great, because it's very short Sewalong. It won't take a lot of work. Other than probably the hardest part will be you choosing colors if you decide to do the butterfly. And why won't this stop sharing? Oh, it's being weird tonight. Okay. No, my laptop's being okay. There we go. All right. So, make sure you follow these links I posted for the, and I'll repost this PDF file again, and I'll probably repost it multiple times tonight. So that if you want to participate, this will be for Saturday, this upcoming Saturday, January the 10th, and then we will carry over the project to February the 7th, which is the first Saturday in February. So these are this is the second Saturday of this month, and it'll be the first Saturday of next month that we'll be doing this together. So it's a 2 live thing to do together. Laura says, I was trying to get my current temp. It is 55 degrees in Arizona where I am, and I'm freezing. Uh-oh, that's warm. But I get it being there. See, it says that we're at 26 degrees Fahrenheit. The wind is blowing from the east-northeast at 4 miles an hour, and we are currently at 89% humidity. The last time I had a live, remember I told you we were getting hit by a Cat 2 storm. And then the next day, it was snowing like mad. So we got some snow back on the ground. Maybe tomorrow I can get out and take some pictures of it so I can share it with you tomorrow night. Also, we're having northern lights tonight, so I bet Nikolai will be in and out of here doing that. Probably. He'll probably have to use my phone to take pictures because his phone's being used. But anyway, all right. Let's look at this poll. And then I was supposed to write down what. Uh-oh, now I forgot what I was going to make a new poll about. Let's see.
What to build tonight?
No, that's what the poll's doing now, but there was something else I was going to make a poll for. Now I don't remember what it was. Oh, it'll come to me again. It always does. Magic Frog says, I love to watch quilting. Hey, Magic Frog, mark your calendar for January the 20th. I will be doing, that's a Tuesday, and it'll start at 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. I do a live once a month that is crocheting, and I'll have Andy from Crafty Witch 232 with me. Hopefully Amanda from Scraptastic Crochet will also be there. And Shonda's also going to be joining us from Under the Needle. So We always do one of those once a month, and that's scheduled for January the 20th. So yeah, and I'll think of what it was I wanted to talk y'all to vote on, but now I don't remember what it was. It'll come to me. It always does. Anyway, so that's what we have going on. We also have so we have today, which we're going to do whatever y'all voted on. And then tomorrow will be number 28 of the 1000 block, which is Birthday Girl. Friday will be number 30, which is Homestead Delight. And then Saturday will be the Butterfly FPP Becca. And then I have the 18th, which is our once a month again, which will, gosh, January is going to go really fast. Wait, no. And then this upcoming Sunday, I don't have any lives going on. I have something else going on. So that's where we are for the rest of this week. All right, let's see what everybody. Right now we have 17 votes, and right now 17% are saying work on Katie's creative chaos. So I reckon that's what we're doing tonight. Okay. Let's see. I need to make some more hang on a minute, I'll be right back. Don't tell me, because then you'll make it. Yeah, really, I've already had that. Is it the one I'm thinking of, or it's already in my head instead of you? What's the rest of it at? I got to plug in the iron. All right. Actually, I have stuff. I'm gonna set this aside because we still have this to work on, which is what I was doing last time we were together. And I need some sashing pieces. Okay, sorry guys, it might seem like I'm unorganized. I'm not, it's just weird today. Okay, so I already have, there should be another one of these. Where's the other one at? This one goes to this one. Okay. All right. Oh, yeah, I know why those are there. I gotta re-sew this part. So I had to fix one of the bigger blocks because there was something wrong with it, and I think I figured out what was wrong with it. Okay, so this one block, I already have the sashing on one side, right here. But, and I'm gonna leave this like this for right now, okay? And then we're gonna do the top half of it here directly. I just need to finish sewing the hourglasses back together. On this other one, we need to put sashing on two sides. So that's what I'm going to do now. And these are, let me measure it to tell you what the size of this block is. This is not a 12-inch. I think this is 12.5 inches. Let me make sure. All right. Okay. Yeah, this is 12.5. Okay. So the one side has to have a 12 and a half inch sashing. The other side has to be 13 and a half because we're using a 1-inch sashing. And yeah, so what I'll do is I'll go ahead and cut this first piece as a 12 and a half, unless I've already got some cut. I'm not sure if I do it. I might already have one. Nope, that's not it. Okay. So we'll go ahead and we're going to cut some. So let me set a couple of these aside. So we'll cut. I'm going to go ahead and just cut 2 sets of these. I'll cut one set as 12 and a half. And then the other set, I'll remeasure the block once we sew on it to make sure it's accurate for you guys. And then we'll do that other side. So let's go ahead and cut a 12 and a half inch one. And I'm just going to come down here, trim this off real quick. All right, I'm gonna cut it. I feel like it might not be totally flush. Let's make sure that it is. All right, so now I cut 2, but I'm only going to use 1 to start with. And then we will measure the block after I've sewn it on. And then we'll cut the other 2, another set. That way I'll have 2 sets to work with. And then we'll start sewing this next block together. We're going to try to get these 2 blocks done, which will give me 3 to add on to the bigger piece. And then we'll go, if I have time tonight, today is Wednesday, so I don't know what, can someone do me a favor and go look and see what time William is scheduled to go live tonight? If it's I need to know what time Eastern Standard Time. Because what I'll do, I'll have her, whenever he goes live, I'll stay live until he goes live, and then I'll just send all y'all to him. All right, so now what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and sew this on this left side right here. Okay? Laura says no. Uh-oh, no to what? Wait. I must have missed something. Magic, hey, Magic Frog, what is your first name, if you don't mind my asking? She says, oh, I love Andy. She's a YouTube friend of mine. I know, I've seen you in there. Hello, Sewing Wolf, how are you? You were going to ask if we wanted oh, yeah, that's what it was. Okay, let me write that down. Thank you for that, Sewing Wolf. Okay, let me go ahead and look at this poll one more time. Has everybody vote? Hey, wow, I got some catching up. Let me catch up first, and then we'll talk about the poll. If you haven't voted on the poll, do so now or forever hold your peace. All right. Laura says, I don't handle the cold weather well. My husband just put another log on the fire. I loved a fireplace when my parents had one. Laura says, I love to sew and crochet. My grandma taught me to do both of those crafts. Little did she know that they would be my mental escape and therapy. Amen to that one. Rita says, oh, who brought the cold weather to southern Arizona? Katie did it. I know she did. Well, somebody's got to help join with the cold weather, Rita. Hi, Rita. I hope you're doing well. I was thinking about you yesterday. I actually sent you an email to check on you, by the way. I don't know if you got the email or not, but I wanted to check on you, see how you're doing. And then Laura says, I was raised in the Midwest. I've now lived most of my life in the desert and can't deal with the cold. You know, the human body is a beautiful thing. It will adjust to whatever environment you're in. So if you live a long time and y'all got to keep in mind, I'm a Florida girl. I mean, I lived all of my life from 1967 to 2011 in Florida. Then I moved here. And the only time the cold really bugs me is when the wind comes. I can't stand the wind. And Rita says, Laura, I know it feels like it is 500 below zero. That is too funny. Y'all are hilarious. Just because your body hasn't had cold weather. Hello, Jennifer Cass. And hello, Laura Lee. Welcome, welcome. Rita says, very true. It seemed to drop 30. What? Really? It's supposed to drop to 33 there? Wow. Now that's cold. And as I remember, the heating thing no longer works, so I rely on a stupid little 110. Oh, I'm so sorry, Rita. Katie, I have not buried anyone in the backyard yet. Uh-oh. Someone's in trouble. I bet I know who. All right, I'm caught up. Okay, now let me look. If you haven't voted, I'm about to end this poll.
In the poll.
End the poll. All right, so 24 votes and 67% everybody voted on, or 67% of the votes are for me to work on Katie's Creative Chaos, which I have broke out here right now to work on it now. All right, now I'm going to make a new poll. And then I'm going to explain what the poll's about, because I need all of y'all's input on this. Because as I stated earlier before I got sidetracked, this channel's 2.5 years old. And I have never done an end of the year recap. Every time I thought about doing it, then I'd get sidetracked and completely forget about it. And then by the time I remembered, oh yeah, I was supposed to do that, it didn't get done. Okay, so would you like, which way? This is what I want you to go vote on. The question is, would you prefer a recap as a live, or would you prefer a recap as a pre-record? And based on what y'all's voting is, and I probably, if I don't get enough feedback tonight from it, then I probably will still ask again in my community tab. But I'm hoping tonight I'll get enough feedback to make a decision, because I have a lot I got to gather up, and also remind you of what we talked about at the beginning of 2025. I feel like I have, I feel like that I have accomplished quite a bit this year. I told you guys at the beginning of this past year that if I did 50% of what I set as a goal, then that's progress for me. And I think I've done more than that. All right, here's the poll. And yeah, so vote on that. And someone just came in. Hi, Jennifer. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so vote, y'all. And while you're voting, I am going to go ahead and change my sewing machine foot so that I can sew 1/4-inch seams. And we're going to get started on sewing. This working on Katie's Creative Chaos. Also, if someone has time, can someone go over and look on William's page, which is My So-Called Life with S. Yeah, hang on. Can someone go over there and see what time he's set to go live tonight? Please. Because it'll, depending on when he goes live, will depend on how long I stay live. Because I really want to work as long as I can on this. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and sew this on. And then we will measure it like I told you. And then we'll cut the next set of sashing for the other side. And then I'll have to make two short, really short sashings that will go on two sides of the cornerstone block. Okay, 10:50 Eastern, so that would be 11, 12. Okay, 1:50 my time. Thank you for that, Cheri. I did. Hey, Cheri, good to see you. I didn't see it. Sorry, I was working on this other stuff. Rita says 8:50, not 5:50. Okay, so we have plenty of time to spend together. Last year was a bummer for me, said Laura. For me, I'm looking forward to the new start. Yes, indeedy. And you got all of us here to help you. I should have just had it turned over this way so I could look at it. Can't believe it's already time for Nikolai to go back to work. Are you ready to go back to work, honey, or you still wish you had more time?
Ready to go back to work.
Time to make money, huh?
Yep.
But you're not going to be this go around how many, what, 53 days? Something like that. So, as you know, he'll be leaving Saturday to be with his mistress. Mistress is going to have him for a few weeks.
You'll be a temperamental.
Yeah, it's this time of the year, so she's going to be giving them a hard time. Winter time's always tough. Do you think you're going to get any sea ice, babe?
I'll be out to sea for 50 days. Well, it depends on where we're fishing.
Yeah, if you go far north, there might be ice up. There might be ice up there already. You want up? Laura says the sewing quilting community has kept her involved and excited to get back to sewing. I'm excited for you to get back to sewing too. Can't wait to see what you create. Jennifer says, I messed up. I meant to boat lives. Okay, gotcha. I like having your company during the week. All right. Let me see here. Rita says, and because I am a quilter, that is glutton for punishment, haha. I am making another one of that same pattern, but this one is being done with different colors instead of one specific color. Oh, I can't wait to see how it comes out. And then Rob says, did you and Nico get more done in the craft room? No. But guess what? While he's gone, I'm going to do a little bit because I need to get myself, yeah, you know why.
Motivated.
So on my non-sewing days, I'm going to be in there trying to attack that room a little bit. Is that coming from like your desktop or from your phone?
What?
I hear talking.
Well, desktop.
Oh, the desktop? Okay. I'm just wondering what it was coming from. All right, now let's measure this so that I can get this other sashing cut because we'll need to cut 2 of them. Because
that was the live.
oh, that was the live.
Yeah, this live now. I didn't just properly check on the volume. Little tiny bit of it running.
So this is going to be 13 inches. Okay. All right, let's cut this next. This is going to be fun because I'm going to have to. These are 1-inch sashings that I'm making. They're 1 inch wide, and one set has to be 12.5 inches long, and the second set has to be 13 inches long. And I'm going to need a longer ruler. Let me go get my longer ruler. And I'm going to kick this off the desktop. Okay. All right. I'm saving these end pieces because we're going to use it on the cornerstone block. All right, so now what I got to do is I'm going to sew this on that other side. Busy on housework set. Hey, Shelby. She says, I'm grateful for everyone, says Laura. How you doing, Shelby? I figure now that I have this new planner and it's a different style of planner that I bought this go around, I'd be able to add little extra things in there that I want to try to accomplish this year that relates to our house and to the craft room. And I have some ideas about my, we are definitely going to move the design wall to the wall that used to be the window. And I'm going to take up nearly that entire wall. Which means, how long do you think that wall is, honey?
What?
In the craft room, the one that used to be the window, how long do you think that wall is? 12 feet? Or do you think it's longer than that? It might be more like, it might be 12 feet. I think it's wider than
4 to 5 meters long.
And that's times 15 feet then?
Something like that.
Yeah, it's just not as tall. I think it's only about 6.5 feet tall. So there's that problem. But it'll be great because I can have more than one project on the wall. And since my desk will be facing the design wall, because that's what we're going to, we've already, I'll try to draw a design on paper to give you somewhat of an idea of what we have in mind on how we're going to reset the whole, because we're not going to set it back up the way it was set up when the accident happened.
You want to tell them about the cutting board?
You can.
I don't know the inches though. Is it two in the meters?
Can you go convert it on your laptop or your desktop? I can't do it off the top of my head. Metric and me don't. Yeah. I know what a meter is. That's 30. It's not exactly 36 inches. It's a little bit more than 36 inches. cm to inches. All right, we got the sashing on this other side. Now I'm going to go over to the iron and press it open. That's why that cutting mat fits just right. All right. Now we have the sashing on two sides. That's the first step. I'm going to set this aside. The next step that we got to do is this. We have two sets of sashings here. This goes to the other block. And we have a cornerstone. So this is the cornerstone, and that's the one where I have to put sashing on two sides. Okay. So we're going to do that first. And I'll need to measure the block. That way we don't make it too big. It should be 4.5 like it's supposed to be, which it is.
Yes, we are warm. Sorry.
Yep. Okay, I'll show that to them to hear directly. And we'll talk about how we're going to cut that side off. Okay, so what I need is I need one that's 4.5, and then I need one that's 5. So we're going to cut this first one as 4.5. And then the next one is going to be 5 inches. Okay, now we've got these two pieces we need. Now what I'm going to do is I want this dark part. Let me show you what I'm doing here so you'll see. When we were working with these blocks last time together on the live, one of the things we did, everybody wanted to see was we're going to have this line like this right here. Can everybody see that? It'll be like this. Okay, so I'm going to have to put sashing here on the bottom and on this side. So I'll start by putting the 4.5 inch one on the one side. Yeah, it's warm inside the house. We have the front doors cracked right now to let cool air in here. Ninja says, I hope everyone's getting a good start on this year. What are your 2026 goals as a quilter? Yes, let's everybody answer that question that Ninja just asked. Laura says, we have a weather front moving through now. My rescue dog is freaking out and I have a weather headache. Hey, Andrea. She says, hello, everyone. Ninja says, mine is to fully purge my junk scraps and to make at least 4 traditional style twin size quilts. Hey, Linda. Welcome, welcome. She says, good evening, Katie and Nico, Lego Man, and all in the chat. I got all my fat quarters for Alice in Wonderland, and I got my book. Woohoo! Yeah, we'll talk about that book here directly too, because that's coming up. Terry says it's about 42 here today, and it felt like a heat wave out. The weather, I will take the heat any day. Andrea says, I'm doing good, Laura. Shelby says hi to them. And then Laura says, hi, Linda, congratulations on getting all the supplies to make that quilt. And good stuff, Ninja. Or Ninja says, Irish Linda, I ordered that book and expect it on Sunday. I'm anxious to get started. Wow, there's going to be a lot of us sewing out of that book. And then Rita says, it is coming down rain here right now.
Winter and rain here, not good.
Okay, I'm going to repost the PDF file that will be for mine and Becca's collaboration that will be on Saturday, January the 10th. I just posted the link, so if you want to join us for that sew along, it will be for a little mini quilt, and we'll do part of it on the 10th, and we'll do the rest. We'll finish off the collaboration on February the 7th. So she will be coming to my live twice. And that's with Becca of Sew Becca. Also, I have a little bit of news. I have a new interviewee scheduled for next week. She's scheduled to be, hang on, let me look at my calendar and I'll tell you what date. This will be a pre-record, and then once we get the pre-record done that day, we will set a premiere date for that. But I'm interviewing her on the 13th, and her name is Susan. And if you're part of Tuber Chat's channel, you're going to know who I'm talking about. She's the wife to Cheri from Butler Family Farms. And she's also a quilter, come to find out. And so we're going to talk about her quilting along with the farm and all that it entails, along with they have a YouTube channel called Butler Family Farm. And we'll be sharing a lot of information about that too. Yeah, it's going to be fun getting to know someone who not only quilts, but does homesteading stuff at the same time. So it'll be a lot of fun. And Jerry's been doing Jerry just started a new, I think this new, I don't know if it's a new channel. No, it's not exactly. His channel has been mostly about the farm, but the other day he had a live to talk about ways that you can promote your channel. And they were discussing a particular subject, and a lot of the information, he had 2 or 3 people on that was coming in and out that also had input to put in with it. And very interesting stuff I didn't know. So you'll get to meet her, and then she's going to come sew with us at the end of the month on the 31st. She'll be my guest on January the 31st on Saturday. And I'll let you know when the premiere for the pre-record podcast will be. I kind of think I think we're going to do it a week from Wednesday of that 13th, I think. Or Tuesday, whichever day I had that scheduled for. I think it's Tuesday. Okay, now I've got this side sewed on, and I don't know what's with me today, but I am jittery.
Well, there must be what you change.
Probably, because I feel like my head is not screwed on straight today. And it's kind of distracting me from what I'm doing. So if you hear, if my voice sounds a little wobbly, you know why. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to lay this block back up here where you can see it. I need to move stuff out of the way. We're also going to talk about something that's in the sewing room. I have I hope y'all can see it when I show it to you on the camera. All right, I'm going to put this back up here so you can see it. All right, now we have these. I'm trying to remember how I had these set up. I think I had this one up here like this. And I had this one. Nope. Okay. I'm just showing you how this is going to be laid out. And then we have this right here, okay? So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to sew this onto this one. I'm going to do that first. No, we're not. We're going to sew these two together first because I forgot you can't do that like that. So let's set this one aside. And we're going to put these together first. Uh-oh, I think I made a mistake. Oh, I know what I did wrong now. Hang on a minute, I have to fix something. This bottom piece needs to come off and go on the other part of the, yeah, hang on a minute. I need to rip this off. This needs to go on the longer part. So let's just take this off real fast and then I'm gonna press it again. It's funny, you have to watch what you're doing on these or you could really goof it up. Or you could do a partial seam if you want to do it like that. It depends on you. But it's much easier if you just do it this way. I've got to take this off and put it on the long piece.
Or it could be that you're not good today because knowing me, knowing you know that I'm about to leave soon.
Yeah, there's that too. I'm not too, I'm trying not to think about it. And it's hard not to think about that you're leaving on Saturday. And I'll be back alone again. It's always hard to say. I have this saying that I like to put on my Facebook whenever I say when Nikolai is leaving, parting brings such sweet sorrow. It's a William Shakespeare quote. And boy, can I ever understand that. Because every time I have to say goodbye to my husband, it's like he's going to be gone a while. The house gets too quiet. The dog mopes for a couple of weeks. I mope for a couple of weeks or longer. And I'll look at the chat in just a second. We have a lot of people doing Allison's Wonderland. Wow. You know, I'm gonna have to put a poll on my community tab and see how many people are actually doing it. It'd be interesting to see what the number of people are that's going to be doing the Sewalong with us.
So I can't.
Yeah, I know you can't. Besides, I don't know if you'd want to do that one or not. This one's going to have 100 blocks in it. And it's going to start easy and then get progressively harder. I have a feeling that there might be a time where I'm just going to say, oh, I'm just going to make a different 6-inch block. We'll see. we're going to be doing applique. I know we're doing that, and I have no clue to that. Ouch. And I'm thinking maybe I should think about maybe I should order some what is that facing that you whatever that's called that you use for applique on the backside. Maybe I need to be ordering some of that because I don't know if I even have any. All right, so what I was doing wrong earlier, I was trying to do both sides of the sashing. We only want sashing on this one side to join to make this the long. We'll do that first. Everybody's been checking out the weather. And right now, looks to me like, let's see how many's voted on the question of the poll. So far, we have 28 votes and 75% is saying live. I'm thinking doing the live will be easier because I won't have to edit anything. It is what it is. I'm also, the other thing is I'm very distracted because I know many of you ain't going to want to hear it because you just won't. But there's a lot going on here relating to Greenland, and it's bothering all of us right now, including myself. We all here in Greenland are worried and concerned, and things are escalating that shouldn't be escalating at all. And y'all need to keep this country in your prayers, especially if you believe in prayer, because you don't know what's going to happen. I may one day come on live and tell you we have the military sitting in our town. And it won't be our military. It'll be someone else's military. It shouldn't be here. We have an airport that's about to open April the 16th, which means now there's a way to land certain kinds of planes there. And yeah, it's going to be a problem. So I'm not very happy about that right now. And the leaders are trying to keep everybody calm in Greenland, and it's difficult because most everybody's worried. What I'm doing is I'm marking where these seam lines are for these 4 patches because I'm gonna try to line up as close as I can my hourglass blocks to that. That way I can at least try to have somewhat of. Now I am going to tell you that this is a great name for this quilt top because it's rather interesting that when I decided I wanted to turn these blocks, I didn't realize what was going to happen in the process. If I'd have left them in the same direction all the way across, I wouldn't have this mismatched side where you see the charm squares going down one side. They're not matched because they can't be matched because of these sashings, because of the way I chose to do them in the pattern. So, you know, and you're probably, as time progresses, you may hear me mention it more often. I try to behave myself, but there may come a time where y'all are going to see me squalling right on live. All I know is I just hope and pray that they don't do what they're saying they're gonna do. All right, now I got that on. Let's get this sashing on the top of this one, and this one needs to actually be 4.5, not 5. And that might be why I'm a little shaky today too, because let's see, today's Wednesday, and all the information coming through Greenland right now has been blowing up everything for the since Monday of last week, but it's escalated this week. It's even worse than it was last week. So, yeah. Okay, now then, and I hope nobody leaves because of what I'm saying. Please don't leave me because of what I'm saying. Because we need people to understand how we feel over here right now. I know that if it was happening over there in y'all's in my home country, y'all would be beside yourself. So try to, be patient with me whenever I bring it up. Hi, Lori Colgan. Lori says hi, Katie and Nico. And then Robin says, I thought I needed 96 small flowers, need 88, have 46 done. And wow, you're rolling along. Don't forget to send me pictures, okay? Because I'm going to keep adding to your little folder all of your work. And Cindy says she's also doing Alice in Wonderland. Ninja says, I am into that, Katie. I saw at the kitchen table while making cheeses. Oh, cool. Then Linda says she's saying hi to everyone. And she says, hello, and what fun we're going to have. She's also doing the Alice's Wonderland. Hey, Dubrovka, it's good to see you. She says, good evening to you and me, honey. Nice to see you both. And then Laura says, Katie, I completely understand. My husband often has to travel for work. Before COVID, he traveled every week. I saw him about 48 hours a week. Yeah, it's time for that. Cindy says, prayers, nothing like that happens. Yes. So y'all keep us in your good thoughts and everything, and hope that someone stops him from doing what he's planning on doing. Congress needs to do their job. Okay, let's get this side sewn, and then we're going to put it all around this, and then we're going to get the other one done. I am thinking that once I do that other one, we'll either have 3 or we'll have 4 full blocks ready to sew. So I'll let you know in just a second, because I thought I had another one. Okay. All right. Now I need to also mark down this side because I've been marking the sashing on all sides. So I need to mark this one more time on this side too. Okay. I'm just putting a little tiny tick mark. That's all I'm doing, just so I can see where. Of course, I can't see that one because we did it right on a dot. So I might have to make it a little bit longer. I just want to try to get this at least looking neat. All right. We're going to go ahead and pin this side on here first. That's what we need to do first. Andrew says, I'm still here. I totally understand how you feel. I am praying for you and Nico and the people of Greenland. Dubrovka says, I do understand you, Katie. Canada might be the next on the chopping block. It's just terrible. Yes, it is. All for all because somebody's very greedy. The people of Greenland have fought very hard to pretty much, the culture has been something that they've been fighting for a long time. They've been fighting to keep their language alive. There's many things that they've been fighting for, and they've really succeeded in accomplishing just that. The culture's here, it's alive and well, and Greenlandic is they're finally they have some translators who could finally translate Greenlandic to other languages so people can learn Greenlandic if they choose to. I mean, there's a lot of things that has improved over the last 150 years that, wasn't there before. So there's a lot that they have to be proud of. And I think I'm going to need to turn this the other direction. Or I could press this open. What do I want to do? I think I'm going to press these two seams open before I finish pinning this. That's what I'm going to do. So give me a minute. I'm going to go over to the iron and press this seam open so that I can make this lay flat right here, because we have these tips of this hourglass, and I don't want it to be all weird like when I'm joining it. So we're going to go back over to the iron and take care of that, along with doing that right here so that I can line that seam up, because I want that sashing seam to line up properly. We need that to work right. There's always so much bulk when it comes to seams. Awesome. Pumpkin. It needs to go to right there. And if you go any higher, I can't close it. See how deep that goes? Go to that right here. That's too much. I can't close the lid. All right, I'm pressing this, so give me a second, and I'll be right back to you guys.
After this is fast. I've seen that commercial somewhere.
Yeah, it's a TV commercial.
I think it's an American commercial.
It is.
Chaosl.
But I don't remember what for, but it was for something.
After this is right, but I think it's America's Funniest Home Video.
Is that what it was?
I think. Remember that the Bob Saget is dead, though.
Huh?
Bob Saget is dead.
Oh, I didn't know that. Was he the one that led that TV show?
Yeah.
I never watched.
One of the hosts.
Yeah, because I never watched it because I didn't think they were funny watching people hurt themselves. I didn't find it funny at all. People do the darndest things and then they get hurt. And I just couldn't deal with that.
I think it's funny. Well,
I know
you do it all the time.
I know you think it's funny. I just didn't. For obvious reasons. That's funny. I don't know. I just don't like people being hurt by doing stupid stuff. Okay, now I got this the way I want it. All right, now let's do this again. Sorry, guys, but I just knew that I needed to do it this way. It'll make it easier to pin together and sew and not have so much bulk. Nico, what are you making, says Lori?
Mandalorian Razor Crest engine part. So far, I only have done this.
Robin says Canada really haven't heard a thing. Yeah, they were in the news the other day because someone made a map that had the United States flag going over the top of it. And then Trump said something about, oh man, I just used his word. Y'all didn't hear that. Sorry. I apologize. I try not to say people's names.
That means you're tired.
Yeah, I can't sleep. I was having, I hate how some things make me have bad dreams. Propaganda, says Robin. Lori says, it's all good, Katie. Yeah, it's propaganda, all right, Robin, because that same flag was sitting over the top of the Greenland map. And I can tell you I can actually tell you who it was that posted that one. But I won't. I'll behave. Someone that, yeah. Laura says, with AI, we have to be very careful about what we see and believe. Yep, that's why I listen to actual speeches and stuff. And right now, we don't have that kind of thing here because we have I think we have two main news sources that we keep up with. And Nikolai has the ability to listen to it in Greenlandic since it's also on KNR radio, and whatever they say on KNR radio matches what's being said on their website. So it's been a legitimate news source. And, there is a couple of legitimate news sources that come out of Denmark when it comes to all the stuff that's going on. Then there's the garbage ones, and we all know which ones those are, because Nikolai's like, nope, that's a garbage news. He's told me which ones are not good ones. Good stuff. I agree. What you say? People who post that stuff just want to see everyone fight. Yeah. And most of them are the ones that are all for all this bad stuff to happen. All AI made a police report that a cop shape shifted into a frog. Oh my God. That's hilarious. This stuff people come up with. We're about to sew this last side on, or one side of it on, and then wait, yeah, and then we can sew the other side on afterwards. So it's going to come together quite nicely, I think. This block is going to be pretty. At least I think it will be. Ouch. Okay, let's go ahead and sew this side on. Andrea says, I'm staying away from news because I'm about to go over the edge with everything going on in my personal life. My anxiety levels are over the top right now, and I'm just trying to focus. Well, I hope what I said hasn't added to your, but that's not my intent, but I'm also having difficulty coping with what's going on. Then Ninja says, that really happened because I saw it on Leto's Law. The police department had set up automatic police reports for the body, and oh, wow. Quilting and leaf stuff that I have no control over away from my thoughts. Sylvia, it is terrifying. Kids believe what they're shown, and my sister is a third grade teacher. Katie, all your blocks are beautiful. Thank you, Dubrovka. I am just having fun with this little quilt. And I have a feeling I'm going to do another one and modify it a little bit. Because this is like a prototype, I guess you could call it. Andrea is writing the pattern for it. But I feel like this is going to end up being more of a prototype before it's over with, because I think that I want to modify it a little bit more and do another one, but I don't know that I'll do it as a channel Sewalong, but I definitely want, because I like how I'm putting sashings in here, and there's more that you can make it even more creative if you want to, it's really cool. All right, I've got this sewn on, so now what I'm gonna do is take it over to the iron and press open the seam so I can get these seams to lay down flat. Wait, let me think. Yeah, I need to do that. Yep. All right, let's go over and take this to the iron. Okay, got this part done, which is the side. Now we're going to go ahead and add the top half on here. And I think I need to double check these lines because I don't think I put one down here. Right, so now we have this long piece here that we're gonna sew here, and I have to make sure that this sashing is in line with this one over here. So we're going to do that now. I'll start pinning. Ooh, I didn't press the seams open on this, so I need to go over there and do that too. All right.
Oh, so
What?
there's something down.
Wrong piece?
No. Something came up in my head. I should have done it to you during our 12-hour live.
Oh, what was that?
When I left before the midnight,
Yeah.
that was 2025.
Yeah, that's right. And then when you came back, it was 2026.
Yep. I should have told her, hey, honey, I haven't seen you since last year.
Yeah, that would have been fun. That's right. When you left, it was last year. When you came back, it was the new year.
Yep. I did that to Mike.
Oh, did you?
Yep. I make a phone call to him.
On the other day?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't.
On New Year's, on the 23rd. Not maybe sorry, 31st. After 9 o'clock fireworks, I make a quick phone call.
Oh, Michael.
Mike. Come down, Mike.
Oh. Is he in Denmark or something?
No, he's at home.
Oh, okay. He's there with us.
Mike. The one that we don't want to have a issue with this time.
He made that issue for both of us, honey. That wasn't just limited to me.
I'll make that joke with him.
You doing all right?
Yeah, he's in trouble. I talked to him at 9 o'clock. Take a bite to him. And on my way home, I make sure contact again. I came to him again. Hey, I haven't talked to you since last year. Oh, damn you.
You're such a comedian.
Hold on for fun.
Yeah, I know it was. This is not wanting to lay down. Lay down, dadgummit. All right, that's much better. All right. Go ahead and start pinning this. Laura says, I'm trying desperately to do a no-buy in 2026. I have more fabric than I could possibly use in a lifetime. I will allow Fred backing and batting no more than that. I wish I could brag about how much I had. I really don't know exactly how much I have until I start doing a breakdown of it, which I'm probably going to do on a pre-record. The deep fakes, I'm getting better at spotting, says Robin. I broke down and purchased a set of 5 coordinated petites from Cotton Cuts. Came with pattern. Cool, Sylvia. Ninja says Cheri has a prep video for Alice's Wonderland. Yes, she does. And then Shelby says, nice, Sylvia. That is one of the 5-yard bundles. They do a great job coordinating those. Laura says, I'm trying desperately to do a no buy. I read that one already. And then Andrea says, yes, Sylvia, I saw that. I have my book and my fabrics picked out, but I have not started prep yet. Yeah, I got to start prep. So I have a question for you guys.
We'll get it tomorrow. Can I find it today?
Yeah, I'll have to look for it tomorrow. I'll ask the question tomorrow, you guys. I got to find that other fat quarter bundle first. Because originally I said I was going to do, that I wanted to do the Alice's Wonderland using batiks. But then I realized I do have a big, huge fat quarter bundle too of, don't remember the name of it. That's why I go to find it first. But it's in a tote. It was gifted to me when I went to QuiltCon in 2024. And that one has potential to do, regular.
That will be 23, not 24.
No, it was 2024.
It was, not 24. Sorry, my bad.
You're about to get in trouble.
Am I? Try, man.
I didn't say last year, honey. Last year is 2025 now, so I can't say last year anymore. I didn't go last year. Remember, I came back with several fat quarters that had been gifted me.
Yeah.
Or fat quarter bundles, that is. Oh, that all went on the floor? Yeah. Uh-oh. Katie, I fractured my, wait. I missed something. Ninja shared his channel, his or her channel, sorry. Sylvia says Office Depot is a couple hours away, but maybe I'll you can take the file to Office Depot and have them printed out on paper. Yes, you can. That you can.
Yes.
Any of those office supplies, big box ones, they have a place where you can print out stuff. They also have big printer machines that can print out big sheets of paper too. I knew this was going to give me a little bit of hard. Oh, that needle's bent. That's why it's giving me a hard time. Need to go through my straight pins and take out all the bent ones. I seem to bend them a lot. That's because I like to use the itty bitty tiny ones. They don't make such a big hole in the fabric. Okay, this is going to take me a little bit longer because we got lots of seams to line up. but it'll be worth it on how it comes out. It won't be perfect, but it'll look good. For those, well, okay, let me scroll some more. Let me see. I got to catch up. Ninja says, check out my cathedral window playlist. I am going to do some check. That's the one I'm running as your playlist. No, wait. Yeah, I need to go look at Ninja's website too. Robin says, Sylvia, it is a PDF. You can go to the library and make hard copies. Uh-oh, that just went by fast. Shelby says, for those of you who watch Mom and Pop, which is Laura Lynn, they just posted a channel update. They have been sick but are on the road to recovery. Sylvia says, yes, that is an idea. And then Laura's talking about that she had fractured her back and then had that obstruction that landed her in the hospital for 2 weeks and home health care for 2 months. I wasn't able to sew for a year due to all of that. I know. Let's hope we can get your sew mojo back. Then she had a flooding in her basement. So y'all keep Laura in there. Hey, John, what's up? It's good to see you. And then
What's up, ladies?
Shelby is saying hi to all. He says, I hope so too, Laura. Yep. And he's saying hi to Shelby. Robin says, Sylvia, the library is a quarter of the price. And Sylvia says, thank you. I'm looking toward the new beginning. 2025 was a big crazy for me too, says Shelby. Both good and bad all rolled into 1 year. Robin, thank you. You're always so kind and thoughtful. Yeah, we will see. We're a great group, good community. We take care of each other and support each other. That is what's lovely. I'm so glad we all are such a sweet community to hang out with each other. I never thought I would have this many friends in a lifetime. Oh, and getting to know everyone. And I'm going to say this again. Y'all blew me away with all your beautiful projects that you shared so that I could put it on the trunk show. That was so much fun, sharing all y'all's beautiful work. And I'm going to be issuing a couple challenges, probably one this month. The first challenge is going to be, and I hope everybody can do it. If not, then maybe you can tell us about your first one. If you have pictures of your first finished quilt or project, it can be a quilt top, it can be an actual finished quilt, or it can be a project that you started that you haven't finished, but it was your first one. I want y'all to share a picture over on the Facebook group about your first project and title it My First Project. That way I know what it is for the challenge. And if you're not a Facebook user, you can email me at this email address. And I will make sure, and I'm going to give you all of January. Everybody will have the whole month of January to find find the picture of their first project or post their first project. And then at the end of January, I will do a trunk show just about that. We'll share each other's first project. I know what my first project was.
It ain't me.
Coming to your country for the first time was the first time for me.
Yep.
Which is now our country.
You had a blast.
That was a lot of fun. First time flying over the big pond, all of it. It was an interesting trip.
And the first time you felt the snow melt in your palm.
Yeah, first time feeling snow like that. First time walking on ice on the lake, which you got a big jolly laugh out of.
Oh yeah,
you got to laugh a lot at my expense on some of my first timers here.
Yep.
But you really got a big laugh out of the lake thing.
Yep, I did.
Let me see. Shelby says, my first quilt is still waiting to be quilted. It doesn't have to be finished, Shelby. Just post a picture of what you do have of it, of your first project quilt or whatever. If it's not a quilt, but it's your first crocheting project or your first painting project, you know, if you're not a sewer. Because I want to include all of those who follow this channel.
Am I including that?
You're included in that too. What was your, do you remember what your first Lego was?
That was, oh, that was good.
Do you remember?
Nope.
No?
So you can show that that sewing that I did.
Well, the sewing first project, yes. The picnic thing that I need to quilt, which I'm going to try to get done this year so that we can go out with it during the summer. Well, if Lynette and Eric get to come, now things have changed. That's what I was so upset about the other day. Y'all know I've been talking about my oldest daughter and husband and my youngest granddaughter coming for a visit in July. Well, that might not happen. It all depends on what happens with Lynette's husband's job. His name is Eric. He works for an aircraft company in Lake City. And I'll tell you how many times this place has changed hands. When we moved to Lake City, it was called Arrow. Then trying to think maybe what year it might have been, in the late 1980s, Arrow got busted for stealing money from government contracts. So they lost their government contract and they went from a force of 2,500 workers down to 600 and something workers because they lost the contract to do C-130s. So they were on probation for, I don't know, at least 6 or 7 years. They finally got their government contract back, but before they did that, a company called Timco bought out Arrow. Then sometime in the last 15 years, probably the early, right, I think it happened after I moved here. It went from being Timco to Heiko. Well, as of this past month, now, and I don't know the name of the new company, now a new company has bought them out. They're laying half the workforce off, and they're barely got work right now. And so Eric doesn't know if he's going to lose his job or not. So now they're waiting to see what's going to happen in the next, I think, 2 or 3 weeks to determine whether he's going to lose his job or not. And if he doesn't lose his job, then they'll get to come on over here for the trip. But if he loses his job, his trip to see us is not going to happen. So I'm not very happy about that. That would have been the first time one of my kids had come over here to, see Greenland, visit us here in Greenland. So now it's just a waiting game of finding out what's going to happen after this merger happens. I think it's sad when a company buys out another company and then fires half the force. It's shameful. I remember when it was Arrow, it was a big company and a lot of people had employment out there. And when they got busted and they started laying off people and firing people, and my first father-in-law, he had worked for them for 25 years and they forced him into retirement because they were cutting back the workforce. And so they started with the old people first, and then they went from there after that. Sylvia says, oh, I know that I'm a retired librarian, but 70% of the time I'm a sole care provider for my mom. And Laura says, Shelby, we all have rough patches and it's awesome that we can help one another through those tough times. Yes, indeed. And Showa says, my first quilt is still waiting to be quilted. Maybe I should make that the 20, yeah, make that a 2026 goal to finish it. That would be great. And Andrew's already posted mine along with one of my grandmother's, great grandmother's. Cool. And Rama says, Andrea, those hexagon quilts are gorgeous. Yes, she's doing a super. And then she says, thank you, Robin. I think those were feed sacks. Laura says, Katie, I'm an old lady. I don't have any pictures of my first project. So can you write about what your first project was? Do you remember which one, what it was, the first one you did? And then John says, Arrow did the C130M conversion. You know who Arrow is, or the company Arrow, John? Do you know, I was out at, in not, I don't remember what year the Columbia, not, yeah, I think it was the Columbia that blew up when it took off from Cape Canaveral. But I was outside looking at the sky and I see something going on in the sky and I'm like, what the heck is that? Because it looked like two rockets and some big explosion happened in the sky. And it was so cold that day. It was below freezing in the middle of the day or early in the morning up in North Florida. And sometimes we can actually see, sometimes, not very often, we could actually see when something got launched from Cape Canaveral, even though it was 3.5 hours away. And it depended on how clear the sky was. And then about 2 seconds later, someone comes running out the door. The space shuttle blew up. And that was what I was seeing in the sky. I also got to see the first night launch of the space shuttle from on top of a hotel in Kissimmee. When they were doing the night launch, a lot of us went to hotels that let people go onto the roof, and we all watched it get launched. But I don't remember which one it was. I kind of think it might have been the Endeavor.
I would love to visit that place.
That hangar. We could do that next time we do come to the States, honey.
If I ever come to the States again.
I know. But if that happens, I could take you down there and we could go. They have tourists to come and see it. That hangar is huge.
I think it did.
I saw it when I was inside of it as a young girl. We had a field trip from the school. Okay, here's this one. Wow, this one's really bright. Arrow did the C130M conversion. They also worked on DC-8s, John. They did C130s, DC-8s, and I want to say, I can't remember what the other one was they worked on all the time. So here's another finished block. Laura says, oh my goodness, Katie, my grandma taught me how to crochet when I was 4 and sew on her treadle machine when I was 7. I have her machine, but I don't remember all the projects. Okay. I was 11 when I learned how to crochet, and I think I might still have the piece that I did, my very first piece anyway, I think. If not, it's in the storage unit. Okay, so now we got this one done. Let's go ahead and work on this next one. But before I start on this next one, I need to go do a bio break. I'll be right back. I need to press this.
Okay.
What?
Laura said, Laura said to Sylvia, she also taught me to cook and bake. My mom wasn't the domestic type.
You know, I've heard so many say that. I guess I was blessed that my mom took the time to make sure we all could cook for our families. She taught us how to grocery shop. She taught us all of that.
Well, I could do the grocery before in my young age, but the cooking part, it's more like during when I was in school. Then at home too, when mom didn't want me to cook it. So it's something easy to make, something to do over and over. So later on, I just started cooking some food that I can actually make. It was fun for me.
I was talking to my friend Melanie last night, and I was showing her. We were talking about the cost of meat and stuff, and I was showing her some stuff in my freezer, and she saw my freezer, and she says, "Goodness, your freezer's full." And I showed her my whole freezer plus the little smaller one, and she says, "You sure do have it packed." I said, "My mother taught me to shop that way. You keep your freezer full because you never know what might happen where you can't get food from the store for whatever reason." She always had us prepared for stuff like that. Keeping a freezer full of food was one of them. So, when I first moved here, Nikolai, I tell you, I would complain because we were going to the grocery store every day. Didn't I complain?
Yeah.
Why do we got to go to the store every day to go get food? I'm like, why? Why don't you buy food to fill her freezer up with? Now he has a freezer full of food, don't you, baby?
Yeah.
No more going to the store every darn day. But I think that might be a little bit of a European thing too, isn't it?
It's more like I like to walk.
I'm not talking about it. I'm just saying you're not the only one that does that.
Yeah.
Shops every day. I think it's a European thing.
Possible.
Because you know, small refrigerators, small freezers.
Yeah.
We have a big refrigerator. It's a thing American. Okay, I've got that all pressed out. Now let's deal with the other part of this. I have to, so I had to, because I found a mistake in this block here and I had to take one side of it off, I needed to fix it. So what I'm going to do here is, where's the other one at? Uh-oh, I'm missing one.
Call the police. Call 911.
Where is it?
You have a thief in the house.
Oh, it's on the floor. No wonder I couldn't find it. Okay, let me look at this block so I can figure out how I'm gonna set up the top of this. All right, so this is going to be the cornerstone right here. Okay, then we are going to do green here. I'm gonna turn it around though. And then purple. And we'll do the yellow. Okay. So I'm gonna leave that one aside because we need to sew these three together first. And I'm going to check and make sure that these three blocks are actually 4.5. This one seems to be. This one is not, which is very strange. Yeah, this one's definitely off. Maybe that's where the problem was at. All right, we're gonna trade this one out for a different hourglass, and I gotta figure out why that one's off. All right. Let's check. Yep, that one's fine. This. And this one's fine. Okay. Oh boy, I missed a bunch of stuff. Shelby says, I enjoyed learning from both my parents. We used to do a monthly grocery shopping trip to Prairie Market, which was the 1970 versions of a Costco. John says, I like planes a lot. Military kid, I have talked to the Red Baron's family, seen his hangar before it had to be taken down in the airport and Arrow, yeah. Well, there's still a small airport that runs that's parallel to what is now whatever new. Laura says, my mom was a terrible cook. My dad did most of the cooking. John says, I used to go to the shop in Germany for my mom every day, walking distance, and the food was really good. Ninja says, we used to go to pick your own farms and orchards and stock up on strawberries, apples, blueberries in season. John says, I would go down for open at 5 a.m. and they would even suggest and make a sandwich for me to try at school. Just once for a new sandwich, though, not all the time. Laura says, I had to become the caregiver for my mom and honestly both of my parents when I was 8 years old. I had a lot of responsibilities. My mom had some problems at the time and I had to take over. Linda says to Laura, my mom was a terrible cook also. Dad was an army cook and taught me. I still make big meals, which also go into the freezer. Dad also taught me how to make SOS yummy. Hamburger gravy and rice, SOS. Or is that mashed potatoes? Can't remember which. That could be both. John says, I still do that. Go Ninja. I didn't get my potatoes this year though. Really missing their nice potatoes I would get, better than the stemmed around store-bought ones. Yup. And then Andrea says, I am going back to my sewing machine and will not be able to see the chat, but I will be listening. Then Linda says, I know and love SOS. And then and Shelby's telling Andrea, have a great session. And now I'm gonna go back to sewing too. Have a great session. Oh, I was just reading what was said. So. Use you. Okay, now then, while I'm thinking about it, let's go ahead and cut a 4.5 inch again so that I can go ahead and put sashing on that one side. Yep, I only need one. It's gonna go on this side. We already have the bottom one on the other one. Okay.
And from my first cooking start, 12 years. You know what it is, honey?
What, baby?
Pig's heart.
Ew. I really do think you would eat anything.
Not ever.
What would you not eat?
I don't know, depending on what food there is.
When's the last time you've eaten seal?
Last year?
You had some last year?
Yeah.
What, on the boat?
Yes.
Okay, what did they make?
Seal. Every Saturday we get Greenland food.
I know, but was it seal soup or what was it?
Seal soup, of course.
You gotta be specific.
Yeah, well, it's soup.
Do they ever make it into anything other than soup?
Yeah, always soup. It's the easiest food to cook. I could get some specific meat where I can bake them in the oven with bacon on top of it.
Oh, so like a roast?
Yeah, but I don't know if you wanted it.
No, because I can't stand the smell of it. Whale meat don't bother me so much, but seal just plain outright stinks.
But that's because you're not used to it.
Exactly. We know that a lot of times I eat based on how it smells. And if it don't smell right, I usually don't eat it. I don't know why I'm that way, but I am. Maybe from all, like I said, I think a lot of it comes from what I told you about.
Yeah.
When someone ruins your eating habits.
But there's some specific part from the seal where you can just cover it in bacon and put it in the oven just to bake it. Or then go roast it like that.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, if you could roast it or not. Like you do reindeer and stuff like that. Lamb.
Yep.
Laugh out, Will. Still smells so fishy. You were right about that one. Hey, John, you can go when I have gone to the hospital to pick up my medicine. The pharmacy's in the basement, and it's also happened in the big hospital when I was staying in the big hospital in Nuke, because I had some stuff they had to deal with. And you knew what day they were making seal because it would stink up the entire hospital. And I'm like, oh. Then, when I was having to stay in a hospital every day, they would have this thing on the menu, and on that one day it was all seal, and I'm like, nope. So I had to talk to the nurse to get something different for me. Not eating seal, no thank you. Because he would just sit there and I would just stare at it because I'm like, no. I'll eat whale meat, but not seal. And I haven't really ate that much whale meat in the grander scheme of things. What, twice maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't, it's not if it was a choice between starving and whale meat, I would eat whale meat just to keep from starving. But I often think, what would I do if we couldn't get food from other countries? How would that? But I do like fish. There's plenty here I could get away with eating and not starve to death. That I could do. SOS is good. Hey, Raven, it's good to see you. Katie, we eat SOS over white toast. It's the only time I allow white bread in my kitchen, says Linda, unless I make the honey bread in my bread machine. Oh, that's interesting.
SOS.
My mother was the one that would eat weird things too, like Nikolai does. My mom would eat things like rutabagas. What else did she like eating? Hog head cheese. I'm just gross even thinking about that one. Do you know what hog head cheese is, honey?
Nope.
It's pig brains.
Okay.
And they also, when she was growing up as a kid, they ate chitlins, which is the digestive tract.
I believe that I could outgrow you too, though.
You've grossed me out plenty of times with some of the stuff you eat. I've gotten quite used to seeing you eat things. When I first saw you doing, I'm like, that's really disgusting.
Yep.
And Nick, and I'm so thankful that Nikolai is such a trooper when I make comments like that. Especially the first couple of years we were together and I was living here, you know, because I would say that a lot, actually.
And whenever I made the whale soup,
Stinking up the house, man.
burn you out in the bed in 5 minutes flat.
Yep. And then he'd come to bed and I'm like, oh my God, there's heat coming off your body.
Until you try your own.
Ouch. Yep. I discovered that because whale meat has higher levels of niacin in it. And since I'm sensitive to niacin, it had me on fire.
Now you know why we can be sweaty when we eat
Yep.
whale meat and with seals.
I guarantee you that's why Nora was featuring those days he was giving her whale meat.
Yep. Anyone.
She's probably like, where's my omelette? She's probably fixing to start begging for something. Okay. Woo. All right, now then, I'm going to set this aside so that we can sew this sashing on this. And then we're going to hook these 4 together. Dubravka says I ate all when I lived in Croatia. So Dubravka, what are your main native dishes in Dubravka? Is there let me try that again. Dubravka, what is your main native dishes that are from Croatia? Can you describe them a little bit? John says, with flounder that Nico showed, how could you starve, Katie? Yeah, we couldn't. There's plenty of fish to eat. Yeah, that was a big fish. You're right about that. Whale and seal is blubbery. No, whale is not blubbery. I mean, the blubber's on the outside of the muscle. The muscle has hardly any fat in it. I'll have to buy next time I buy some fresh whale, is always buy him some. I'll cut one into a steak and freeze it, and then I can show you what it looks like. Because it doesn't have any blubber on it. They eat the blubber, but it's pulled off the part of the meat itself. Because they take the blubber and turn it into other things.
We use the blubber for the dry fish.
Yep.
It's
called matok, right? No, that's different, right? Yeah. Matok?
Middeck is different.
Middeck is different. Okay.
Well, do have middeck too.
The middeck comes from what? The
top part.
The top part, got you. That thick layer of fat that you see on the top.
Yep.
That's not blubber.
The very top part is the middeck. In the middle is the blubber, then the meat.
Yeah, Nikolai can explain that better than I can. You can buy whale. That's no, we didn't say that. Well, I did say that, didn't I?
Yep.
What I mean by that is if you maybe once in a blue moon you might see some in our grocery store because a hunter may have sold his excess to the local store. But most of the time we get all of our fresh whale meat from the fish market when hunters, because when a hunter dispatches a whale, it can feed an entire community. One person could not eat an entire whale. That's not possible.
I have heard about that. It had happened in Iceland.
What?
He ate a whole whale.
One family?
Only one man.
What'd he do? Bust it all down into small pieces and freeze it for a long time?
I heard that it took him 3 years just to eat the whole whale.
Oh, so he didn't share it with anyone.
Nope, but he ate the whole whale.
Wow.
That's what I heard.
What kind was it, a minke or one of the other ones?
I don't know what kind of whale that is, but it took him a whole year to eat it.
All right, we got this on. Now we're going to sew this to this, and then we can mount this back onto that bigger block. Hi, Jaja. You can trade for whale, says Raven. So down at the fish market, we have a fish market that the government doesn't control. And so hunters and fishermen, if they have more than that, because remember, I've had this discussion a few times with you guys about that the Inuit culture has been teaching this for 5,000 years, that you don't take more than you can, than you need from nature. But if you do have access, you share it with your neighbor, and you waste nothing. You use all parts of the animal that can be used. And you also don't torture the animal in the process. It needs to be a clean kill. So anytime, like with a whale, you know, usually one person can't eat it unless they have a way of storing the entire thing. But mostly it takes one phone call, like if someone does one down here, someone will call someone, and then everybody around town that wants some is down at the fish market to get it. You can go down the fish market and you'll find whale meat, seal meat, reindeer at a certain time in the summer, muskox at a certain, because this just started with the muskox 2 summers now. They've been doing muskox. You can find cod, salmon, redfish. What's that other fish, honey?
Wolffish.
Wolffish. There's another one besides that one too.
Halibut.
Halibuts. I'm thinking there's one other fish. We don't see too much with crabs in there because crabs is harder to catch. But we do have crabs here.
Snow crab.
They're called yeah, they're snow crabs is what we have here. Shrimps you won't find in the fish market because big companies, the company like what Nikolai works for, they handle all of that. And there is smaller shrimp boats that are they're actual boats that does shrimping, and they're the only ones allowed to fish inside the fjords. The big fishing trawlers, like what Nikolai works on, they're not allowed in the fjords. Because they can really take away from a small fisherman if they fished inside the fjords, right, honey?
Yep.
And you don't want to do that to your fellow human being. So they do have lots of ethics about how they fish and hunt. I'm just shocked at the polar bear. It must be the polar bear population must have grown.
Yeah.
For them to up the quota.
Or could be this in the weather has changed a lot, so they have to do something.
Especially down here.
Yeah.
Gosh, it's so hot to work with. Did you notice that the wind is starting to show up in Blueston too? The butcher told me that the reason they didn't have any is because the ice was keeping them from being sent from Narsau.
No.
And that's why they didn't have any. Which is unless it was up wherever their little slaughterhouse was. I really don't know where exactly it's at in Narsau. I figured it was. Okay, now we have this ready to go. Oh, I put that ruler in there. I'm gonna have to, I need it here directly.
Laura, cut it out.
That tail. Hi, Cheri. It's good to see you. Cheri says, I just wanted to say hello before I went to bed. Cindy Sorette, would love to see a full wolf fish fillet, 4 to 6 feet long. Do they get that big, honey?
Oh, they get that big. All right.
I've only ever seen one that's what, as long as my arm, maybe.
They could be as tall as you.
Really?
Yeah. They can be as tall as you.
Do they catch? Do you ever see anyone catch them that big?
Yep.
Wow. See, I've never seen one that big. I've only seen them as long as my arm. They are big fish, and they got some wicked looking teeth in their mouth. Hi, Michelle. It's good to see you. Hey, Cheri, can you do me a favor, please? Can you send me a message on how I can get in touch with Melissa? I tried to find her channel on, or tried to see if she had an email on her YouTube channel. She doesn't. So I want to get a hold of her. How is your weather, Katie? Right now we are at 23 degrees Fahrenheit and it's mostly cloudy, no precipitation currently. But we do have snow on the ground. We got snow yesterday after that big storm hit us, that windstorm. Man, there was a couple times I was getting concerned because I was feeling the house shake. Things were slamming into the side of our house because it came from someone else's yard. Hey, Amanda, it's good to see you. Uh-oh, I heard something hit the floor again. You've been fighting with Legos tonight.
Yeah.
Ow! And I've been fighting with pins.
If you want to see a wolf fish, I could show you one.
Don't we have a fish book over there, babe?
No.
Yes,
Yeah,
we do. It's
have,
right over there.
But I do have a picture of me holding it.
You have one holding one?
Yeah.
Oh, well then you need to send it to me so I can show it to him.
Yeah, give me a second.
Amanda says, hi, Nico.
Hi, Amanda.
Dubrovka says, if you both come for a visit, that is what you will get.
A wolf fish.
A wolf fish? Oh, ooh, that sounds like a promise.
Jack, never.
What did you? Oh my gosh, I have to take this off and go press another seam open. Dadgummit, I thought I had all of them, but apparently not, because there's one more seam that I didn't press open. And I need it open so I can pin this properly.
All right. Yes,
Or not. Wait. Something happened up here.
Nora.
She must want to go, you know where. Oh, this is interesting. Michelle says hi to everyone. She says she's listening while free motion quilting. That sounds like fun. Oh, stop your complaining. What do you want, Nora? I bet I know what you want. Do you need to go shoo-shoo? Huh? I'll be right back, y'all, while Nikolai's looking for a picture.
I do have a picture that you might gonna have a little laugh.
That's what she wanted. She needed to go up. This is what we used to see her at during winter months. Because she's black and red, you can't see her in the dark. This is a great tool. Nico paused himself. Nope, I can see him moving.
I'm looking for a picture.
I must have missed something up here too. Oh, Dubravka said I did miss something. She told us what kind of food. She says cabbage rolls with sauerkraut, beef goulash with homemade. I'm assuming that's gnocchi, or is that something else? Homemade chicken soup with homemade egg noodles, Noodles are finely cut by hand. Roasted pork with roasted potatoes. Apple strudel. Gosh, that sounds yummy. Raven says potato dumplings. Yeah, no, I like fresh made gnocchi. Yum. Did you just send a picture?
I'll send you a different picture. And you're gonna laugh when you see it.
We use glow necklaces for our dogs at night. Yep, that's what this one is. Because you can't see nothing after dark. This is I just posted a link for the sew along that I will be doing with Becca on Saturday, January the 10th. We'll sew for a couple hours on that, and then we'll finish it off on February the 7th. So if you want to participate in that sew along, you are welcome to join us. I like farina dumpling chicken soup. My mom used to make it. I don't know what farina is.
I do have the picture, but for the moment I cannot find it.
Do you have it on your Facebook?
I don't think so. Could be. I have so many pictures in the Facebook, you know.
Raven said she downloaded it and sent it to her work email to print. Katie, if you guys come for a visit, that is the Croatian menu I will make. That's awesome. I would have fun with that. That sounds tasty. Farina is Italian for flour. Okay. Thank you for saying that, John. Y'all have such knowledge. Good knowledge. Why is this one is giving me a hard time pinning for some strange reason? Maybe because it's already been ripped out once. Because I found a big mistake on it. And I figured out what it was. Now I know what caused the whole mess. It was because one of my blocks was off. I didn't measure all of them. And that one hourglass was smaller than it's supposed to be. I don't know why it's off by a quarter of an inch, but it is, which means I probably miscut one side of it. Knowing me. So I'm probably going to pull it apart and make it a smaller hourglass. Or I might leave it like that. I don't know. But it does look like it's longer than it is wide, which is very odd. Oh, I think I know what's wrong with it now. I'm listening to lives. Yikes. Oh, you're listening to 2 lives, Cheri? What time is it anyway? I need to set up. Oh, I still have an hour and 50 minutes. You haven't seen a message come across your computer that Andy's live, have you?
No.
Dubrovka says it's a very fine flour. She made itty bitty dumplings with it. I don't have the patience to make small meatballs, says Raven. Does anybody know if Zaza's made it to 500 yet? Because I haven't had a chance to look today. I posted her link and I posted Lori's link because both of them are trying to get to 500. So I don't know if they made it to that today or not. I hit another milestone today. I just hadn't said anything about it. But if you go look at my page, you'll see what I'm talking about. I got an email from YouTube about it. Deb hit 500 yesterday. Yes, she did. I saw that. So that's why I was pushing Zaja's and Lori's yesterday and last night. You sure that is not an optical illusion from the color? Says Allie. It probably is. Yeah, and also I noticed that it's folded down on one side. I thought I had opened all, repressed the whole thing, but apparently not. So that's probably why it looks like it's longer than it is wide. Zaza is at 466. So you guys, if you are not subscribed to Zaza's channel, y'all need to go over there and share your love and subscribe to her because she's trying to get to 500. I don't have Lori's link, but if you are a moderator and you have living in the country with Lori, can you post that link too? Because she's the other one trying to reach 500. You didn't think you would hit 10 by New Year's. Was 1 week past and now you're at 15. I know, isn't that shocking, Raven? You know what I noticed? So I watch a lot of YouTube on my TV too, and I've been finding my channel videos coming across my news feed of my YouTube of my TV. Used to be it'd be one every now and then, but this past week it's been several of them. So somebody's been watching a bunch of different videos this past 3 or 4 weeks.
Oh, I can't find it.
Can't find it?
Yeah.
Probably on a hard drive then.
Yeah. There's a picture of me holding a wolffish where I have the head around where I am. It's just like all the way down there to a little bit more.
It wasn't as big as that flounder that you had though, was it?
No. But I sent you 2 pictures that you're not gonna like.
But you also have a picture of a shark, don't you, that you guys caught by accident?
Shark? Yeah.
Yeah, there was a sharky picture too that y'all caught in the gear. You know what? I see if you can't find that seal video. I should show that to them. I should be able to share, go over to it and do it on I don't know, I might get in trouble for that. I'll just send the link to them so they can go watch that seal eating fish sitting in the gear. Yeah, so on one of the other ships that uses gear to catch fish with, similar to the trawler gear, you'll see a seal in the box part of the gear, and he's just sitting there catching fishes that come through the net. Talk about, and I asked Nico, I said, won't they drown? Apparently they're smart enough to know how long they could be in there and get back out.
I know I have a picture of me having a shark in it.
Yeah, because you shared it with me from your Facebook before.
Fine.
Oh, I have a pin here that needs to go bye-bye before I come through there with it. There's another one that I thought I pulled out.
Yeah. Will you see all three of them, or
Whichever one's the best picture. Then I'll show it to them. I also need to locate William's channel, live channel link for when he goes live tonight, so I can dump everybody into the channel.
got it? You got 3 pictures now.
Okay, baby. Okay.
Not sure if I want to show you, but me as a young man.
Why? They'll probably be all, oh, look, you're so cute. That's probably what they're going to hear.
Probably. Well, I'm good.
And so young, you look like a kid. Blah blah blah. Here's
Good.
not.
Well, good that I'm not going to hear them saying that.
No, but they'll
But
be
I'm gonna
typing
share
it.
that.
They'll be typing it in the chat. I can guarantee you that. All right, here's the next one.
You got 3 pictures, 4 pictures now.
Okay.
No.
Janet says she's subscribed to Deb's channel. Dubrovka said, thank you. I will subscribe to her. I need someone to share. Oh, there she is. Quilting in the Country. Yeah. Share that. Yeah. So this is the next one. All right. Now, let me see here. I should have. Hang on a minute. Oh, is she over here? Are you over here bothering Daddy again?
Yeah, her tail level's out. He ain't gonna be stopping. So I have to put her tail a little bit away from the table, otherwise she will knock the Legos down to the floor.
I'll get her all riled up. All right, let's make some more 9 catches.
All right.
But thank you, everybody. Cheri says she likes that one. She's going to whip someone. Yeah. Whenever you hear this noise, if you hear it, That's her tail hitting something. She's a very happy dog. I think she's been the only dog I've ever had that she stays happy more than she walks around like she's scared of something. She gets lots of loving. Hey, Nora, you want some loving from me too? You want some from me too? Come here. Want to say hi? Want to say hi? Do you want to say hi? Oh, no, no, no. You're not jumping on the table. Nora, you're not getting on the table. All right, I need to go. Hang on, I gotta go set up those pictures so I can show them. Does she miss Daddy when he's gone? Yes. She mopes around for a couple weeks. Oh, you need to be wearing a shirt.
I'm wearing it.
That's the one she's gonna get?
Yeah.
Okay. He always wears a shirt that she can sleep with for the first few days he's gone. Because if she didn't, she'd really mope. Oh, now I know why I'm gonna laugh. That's when you look. That's when you tried to go blonde.
Yep.
The first time he sent me. Where's the one where you see it up close? Do you have that one?
No.
Yeah. When he showed me this, I'm like, oh my gosh. All right. Hang on a minute, y'all. I know you don't know what I'm laughing at, but you're gonna see in a minute. I just mean. Okay, good. I can start from that angle. All right, I'm going to share the screen with you guys, and someone let me know when you can see a picture.
Nora, cut it out.
Does she have any apples left in the refrigerator by any chance? We should give her some.
Cheri.
You can see it on the browser, not Zoom.
Zoom is visible for the moment. Then waiting for the browser to catch up. Chart so we can see.
All right, tell them what this is about.
That I think that is my first Christmas outlet in either 94 or 95.
Look how young he is, y'all. And this one?
That is a Greenland shark.
It doesn't hardly look like a shark, does it?
Nope. It is a shark.
Do those get really big?
Oh, they can be big, all right.
This is not the same species as the other one, though, right?
No.
The one that's like 500 years old?
That is. That can be 4 to 300, 200, 300 years old, that one. That's the one.
Okay. This is our wedding bands that that Nikolai bought for our wedding day. See, you can see mine has a butterfly on it. And on the inside of the, speaking of ring, mine's sitting in the kitchen. On the inside of it, it says always forever. But now on mine, it looks like some of the engravings rubbed off.
Same as mine.
So I guess they didn't do it very deep. And here he is with blonde hair, you guys. Hey, is that in Prince Christian Sound by any chance?
No, yeah, no.
Oh, Nanotalik, okay. What ship are you on?
I was on it was that year that Hardy died and my dad died.
Yeah, 2006. That is August. So that was right before Hardy died.
Yep.
Because Hardy died in October of 2006.
And mine is September.
So wow. And I forgot all about your dad dying before my first husband did. So we both felt like Jess was falling up. You weren't supposed to see that. Sorry, guys. All right, let me clear off the screen. Look, Cheri says, such a kid. Matthew or Shelby says, fun pick. Sylvia says, expression the same. Cool, the baby shark music. And then Shelby says, Sylvia says, laugh out loud. Shelby, no. And Cheri says, pretty. And then John says, blonde Nico. And Laura says, nice pictures. Yes. The first time I saw a picture, his hair was a little bit long there, but he shared a picture with me where he had cut his hair short and then he dyed it blonde. And I could have sworn he looked like he was from Russia. It was funny. Yeah, he's got lots of pictures of different things they've caught in the year. This year it was that big flounder you were referring to. Oh, she wanted her ball?
She got her ball, but now she's getting.
All right, let's see what we can play with on here. Let's pick up some red.
Don't play with your ball, girl.
I know what I'm going to do. I don't think I've done a red one in a while. Let's see what I can play with right here.
Want me to share them with the polar bears?
Yeah, you can share the polar bears too. Send it and I'll show it to them. If they're visible, because for some reason it wouldn't let me blow up the picture. It was strange, but it wouldn't let me blow up the picture.
Oh. You want one with the dead seal in it or without it?
I don't think they're going to care if the seal's been dispatched. At least I hope not, because this is a fact of life here. They don't have to look. That's what I say.
All right.
I don't know what you're begging for, little miss. Really, Nora? What is up with you, huh?
Oh, you remember that card that hanging at the bar? Remember?
Yeah.
I still have the picture here.
We should show that to them because now when tourists come, they don't see that anymore.
Yeah.
Because it's gone. They took it out of the wall. But that was the first thing I got to see the very first visit I came.
Oh.
I got to. Oh. Oh, stop.
Now she's being a diva.
She's being little Miss Diva here.
I'll give you 4 pictures.
Okay. All right, what do y'all think about this? Y'all like that one? I know what it was, and she knows these are up here. She's not getting any pretzels. When did you put pretzels in my jar? When did you put the pretzels in my jar?
I don't know, because hey.
I guess I've had them there for a couple days.
Oh.
No, you just put them there?
Yep.
Oh, so you already ate all of those? Wow. I can't say nothing. I've been eating things like crazy too. So, do y'all like this block? Let me know. Man, this phone is really hot, honey. You, Raymond says, you mean Nora's pretzels? Y'all are funny. Everybody's saying yes. Okay. Next thing I need to do is make sure everything's I know I already did this, but sometimes for some weird reason, I still feel the need to do it. All right, let's start sewing these together. And before I do, though, I need to go find a link. So give me a minute. Huh?
I took nothing but down.
How many pictures did you send?
4.
Oh. Now I'm craving pretzels again, says Dubrovka. I'm sorry. Honey,
No.
is the Samsung charged now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Probably.
he's looking because I'm going to be setting that thing up.
Yep, it's charged.
Yep, charged. Now all I got to do is set it up. Thanks, honey. One minute. I'm fixing something so that y'all can get dumped into another channel at the end of my live. That is if it lets me. Oh, I can't because he doesn't have it turned on where I can do that. Well, dang. Oh, well, I tried. Mustard pretzels? I've never had mustard pretzels.
Sounds cheeky. Yeah.
I guess it would depend on what kind of mustard's on it.
Yeah. Well, I'm not much of a mustard person, so.
I'm sharing more pictures for you guys. When did you take that picture?
That was long ago.
That
Should be a date on it. I mean,
there's not a date on that one. Y'all let me know when you see this picture. Cheri says it has a liquid display screen, very vibrant. Oh, I'm excited to see what it, because
That's
it looks
2011.
2011. Okay. When in 2011 does it say?
June 13.
Oh, so it's before I moved here. Do y'all see it? Okay. Now I'm gonna mosey on over there then. So this Nikolai took a picture of this polar bear and they're on sea ice. That looks like a male, maybe.
Possible.
Yep. Oh my God. Oh, he killed a. Is that a seal he killed?
Yep.
See, one of the things the polar bears are experiencing right now, along with the indigenous hunters further north, is they're getting less and less sea ice to hunt on. I think I accidentally skipped a picture. There's two right here. See the two polar bears?
Can't remember the date of those.
That looks like a mama with a cub.
Yep, it is.
And it also looks like it was very windy that day.
Yeah.
Because look at the water.
We're training because I think we were wavy or.
Yeah.
The picture wasn't that very sharp because it was I think it was my first digital camera.
And tell them about this.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about the story of that car, but after I have been at sea, when I got home, they have cut a car, an old car, and just hang it like that as a decoration. In wintertime, when it's dark, you can see the headlights were on.
Oh, they had it wired up?
Yeah.
I don't remember seeing the lights on with it. I'm trying to find it. Oh, there you are. I was trying to find the chat. Yep, they're very big. All right, let's start sewing this together. And I'm just going to do this. Apparently, there's a setting that William has to have turned on his channel for me to dump you guys into his.
That he hadn't done.
So I'm just going to share the link at the last minute and y'all can go over there. John says, laugh out loud, that car. All right, I've been messing around long enough. Let's sew some more, another block. Greenlanders have a really great sense of humor about different kinds of things. You'll be surprised what you see around Greenland. It's kind of like when they did the Stone and Man, and I will try to get some close-up pictures of the one I'm about to mention. But the one that's called the Lover's Bench, on the back side of it, which faces the fjord, there's 3 seats on the top of the rock, and it has this slick covering, and it's like a black color, so it makes the seat area that you sit on very slick, so you can easily slide off. Down below it is this metal piece that comes out right below where each seat is, and it looks like a tongue sticking out of the side of the rock. And right in front, right just even with the top of that metal piece, is a man with his legs spread open, showing his manliness. So so it's fun to watch tourists, especially the women. The men get it and start snickering, right away, but it takes the woman a little bit of time to figure out what is this supposed to be meaning. But the story goes about the rock, or it's called Lover's Bench. And this was made during Stone and Man time. And so when they were doing the open air museum, they did about 25 pieces during that year. This one, the artist that did this one chose where it's at, and she chose to make a lover's bench because she had been walking around town and she couldn't figure out what she was going to do for her carving. And she came across some people call this area also not only the Lover's Hill, but the Vatican Hill, right, honey?
Yeah.
Some people would call it Vatican Hill. I'm not sure why they call it that, but she noticed that there was this rickety old bench. And when she was looking at it, it was facing the fjord, so she could see why people would sit down there and look. But what she found laying on the ground was even more interesting. You could tell that people were up there not just sitting there looking at the beautiful nature, they were making out up there on Vatican Hill, because there was remnants of that laying all over the ground. So she decided to make a lover's bench. And the story goes something like, the reason there's 3 seats on the bench is back in the day before money became the way to buy things, if you were a master hunter and you were, every time you went hunting and fishing, you always had excess. That made you the rich person. So the story goes that the reason there's 3 benches is because a master hunter needed 2 wives instead of 1. So there would be him in the middle, her on one side, and another one on the other side. And that was what the whole thing is about. And then on the front of it is 2 human bodies that are without clothes in the carving, but it's not specific on it. It didn't go into, it wasn't intricate like what was on the back side of it. Dubrovka says William is so much fun. Can't you just cut? Yeah, I'll paste it in the channel tonight. I forgot that he hadn't got his settings turned on. It'd be so much easier just to plug it into my setup of my live, so they can just automatically the live channel part of this would, if his was turned on, would automatically take you guys over to him. I wonder if the turn signal could be put on at night too, or the windshield wipers. I don't know. That's a really good question.
Well, they have taken the car down now, so I don't know.
Yeah, the car got removed some time ago because they renovated the whole building. But it was talk of the tourists for a long time. Every time tourists come, they would ask me, why do they have it there? I'm like, I don't have an answer to that one. I couldn't find anybody that could give me an answer. But slowly as every year that passes by of my living here, I learn, or I get answers to some of my questions that I've had for a long time. It's interesting how that's happened now. So now when a tourist asks me a question about a specific thing, I have an answer for it. But man, it's taken a long time to gain all that information. I am going to turn this block around, I think. It is giving me a hard time. Ah, don't apologize for coming in. No one's ever late. You're welcome to come in anytime. This is my lives are an open door. You can come and stay as long as you like. You are funny, my love.
Ooh.
Somebody might have something to say about that one.
That might. Be careful. I might. Where am I?
I don't know. Where are you?
Yeah, yo. Oh, yeah. Oh.
I need to do some vacuuming now so I will catch you all later. Have a great rest of your evening, everyone. See you later, Shelby, and thank you for dropping in. I appreciate you coming in.
Oh, really? You
She knows you're talking about her.
yeah. What, you want to come up to me again? Got it?
Oh no, I have two. I'm gonna leave it like that. I am not changing it. That's the first time I've had that happen.
Like we said,
Well, it doesn't look like.
tail never stops.
Y'all see what I did right there? All right, question. Do I leave this right here like this, or do I rip it out and turn this one block around? Should I stick? But then I would have to change everything all the way up. No, we're not doing that. Nope, nope, nope. Not happening. Because then I'll have to take all these apart and redo them.
Now you're slowing me down. Oh. I'm trying to finish this before I go back to work.
Yeah, Daddy's trying to finish something so that table can get cleared off. I'll give you an apple in a minute, okay? They're saying leave it. Okay, yep, going to leave it. That's a good idea. So I don't feel like ripping all this out to fix it. All right. All right, I'm gonna take these over and press them real quick. And I'm gonna give a certain you know who apple or berries on. You have an open bag of berries on?
Nope.
tell you what, that dog never has. She always thinks she's going to starve half to death. She's in there eating raspberries. What?
Yeah, I remember the other night when I gave him a raspberry on
Yeah.
the belly.
I know, that was funny. You gotta tell him about that.
One of these days, I think a week ago, I went to the bedroom out of habit for fun, and I saw Nora was sleeping belly up, like she always do. I bent down to her belly and blow her, give her a raspberry. Man, she kind of could wake up. It was hilarious.
She jumped up like you had shocked her or something. Look who's got her ball.
Yeah, that's from our bedroom.
Yeah.
The one that was here, I don't know what it is.
Okay, now I got that part done.
But it was fun when I did that to her.
Now let's sew this to this. Hi, Rita. William goes live in about an hour. Yep.
Got her very, very off guard.
Cheri must have. Nora says, no, not 1 minute now, says Rita. John says, it was like when you showed us the layout in the start. Yeah, I didn't see it to begin with, but it's okay. I left it alone. I didn't change it. It's sitting there right where you saw it. Rita says, I have been listening, working on a very colorful quilt. Yay, I can't wait to see it. Poor Nora, just making her starve. Poor fur baby. I know, so unloved.
Ah, she's nothing else but a big diva.
She's just a bit little, she is. She's like a little diva. But Kate, where are the pre-drilled holes? You need them. Ooh. Drop that. I grow raspberries. Says John. You're not getting any more food. Go get your ball. Go get your ball.
Not Cheri.
Good night, Cheri. Cindy Surratt. Poor Nora didn't get her pretzels. She's clearly starving. Are you trying to be the ham bone of the night with the live, Nora?
Looks like it.
Sure, looks like it to me too. I've been thinking about when I get the craft room when we get the craft room set up this go around, I'm gonna make a spot for that chair that we have in here so she can hop up on it. I'll have to put a little carpet underneath it where she can hop up and down. And I'm gonna put a camera over there on a tripod just so you guys can see her. Oh, and I was supposed to show them that cutting table now that I think about it. Y'all haven't really seen what our cutting table looks like that he made me. So I'm gonna show you a diagram of what it looks like, and then I'm gonna show you what we're gonna do. We're gonna change part of it because we're gonna put a desk in front of my desk. So we've got to cut the L part off the cutting table and then put a desk there. And then that way Nikolai can sit down when he's building in front of my desk. And when he's not here, I can use the front or use the desk for when I'll have something you know, and then maybe I could put like a side table when I'm quilting something big, maybe. But for right now, I'm not quilting anything big. That's going to go to someone else to do. Maybe when I get an M8, I'll start thinking about sewing a big one or quilting a big one. Ooh, I cannot see the seam because we have two pieces of black running into each other. Oh, there it is. Rita says, I found the most amazing FPP pattern for a block called a tunnel block. The block has 12 colors and it is going to be fun. Nope, I've not started it yet though. Laugh out loud, a cam on Nora, but with paw activated puppy treat dispenser. That's actually a great idea, John. Oh. That would be fun.
Soon as you learn how to operate the handle, my goodness, you'll be like ding ding.
Yeah, because there's one thing about Nora, you guys. She is super smart. She only has to see you do something once or twice, and then after that, she's doing it.
There are several times I have tricked her when about to feed her, I disappeared.
Yeah, he goes and hides, and she has to go look for him because he's got her food bowl. Play hide and seek. It's quite funny about that. Remind me, I need to take care of the cards tonight, babe. I'll get that done after the live. Take care of that little business transaction. And the winner is some bunch of people are gonna wake up in the morning and find something in their email. I wish I was rich. I'd gift everybody with one. But I'm not. And did you go check? No, you didn't. When are you gonna go check those lottery tickets?
I'll check again, yeah.
You need to check it out there and find out if you won anything or not. Probably not, but it doesn't hurt to go look.
Yeah.
You never know. I don't know if there's been any winner of those lottery tickets, but I think you said one of them was quite big, wasn't it?
Yeah. But apparently nobody has won it, so it's gone down again now, but it's on its way up again.
What do you mean it went down?
When somebody won the prize,
it
went down.
So somebody did win it.
Yep. After New Year.
Yeah, so we don't know who it was. It could be us, you know.
Maybe.
I wish. You could quit your job, you know what? But I can't imagine. You know what? I say that in all fun and games, but I know you would never quit your job because you couldn't stand being at home all the time.
No.
Or you'd have to find a new hobby one. Oh, you could buy a fishing boat.
No.
We buy a boat like no, buy a boat like what Torben has, where we stay gone all the time. We definitely would get to go explore a lot of Greenland if we had our own boat.
Yep.
I'd be out. Let's go hunting. Let's never stay home. Of course, then my YouTube channel would suffer majorly because it would be gone all the time.
Yep.
because we would be off grid. All right, I'm gonna take these over to Preston. North spot, go lay down. Unless you're trying to get your, where's your ball? Where's your ball? What'd you do with it? Hmm? Where'd you put it? Your ball.
Get your ball, girl. No.
Oh,
No.
she went back up in your lap.
Yeah. Get down. Get down.
She's being needy tonight.
Yeah.
She knows.
Yep.
She knows. That's why she's acting like that.
She knows you're having. I think it's your fault.
How is it?
She knows you. She felt
Oh.
your anxiety, or what do you call it?
I haven't even said much about it.
Yeah, but she already felt it from you.
Oh, probably because I'm not been sleeping the last 2 or 3 days. Not good anyway. That might have been why she was all up in my stuff last night.
Mm-hmm.
But she definitely was all up in my business last night. She kept crawling on me and kept trying to lay next to me. What is your problem tonight, little one? Walmart, wait, what? Rita says, I had to get rid of the paw activated one. I had the dogs just sat there. Yeah, that's what Nora would be doing. I wonder where we can order a treat dispenser for her from. That's a good question, Raven. Walmart asked for a steak. Nico, what are your, Carol wants to know what you're building.
Millennium Falcon, not Millennium Falcon, Razor Crest machine area. So far, it's getting built more and more. Almost, the other part is almost covered now.
Raven says, Katie, you could record videos for us. Yes, I could, and I would. And believe me, if we're going to be out all the time, I would be doing that. Every time we go off grid, I make a bunch of videos and take a bunch of pictures. Let's see. John says, you could get a satellite internet thing for live streaming from a boat. I don't know. Unless, I guess Starlink, huh?
Starlink.
Hey, is that internet a lot better on the boat now that y'all are doing Starlink?
Yeah, faster.
Faster?
Every time I talk to you, I use the Starlink connection.
Yeah, but you know, you're more aware of it than I am, because I'm never on the ship. I'd never even been on that ship you're on now.
Yeah.
I'm lucky enough to be on that one. Although you told me you didn't want me to be on that one.
With obvious reasons.
Yeah, I know. Let's see. Raven says, go. Then Raven says, absolutely. The channel is going to hit 50K by the end of this year. Do what you want. Thanks, Raven. I appreciate all this positive comments about my channel. Oh, and then John says, oh yeah, live sewing in a rolling 30-foot swell live at sea. Oh my God, that would be fun to do though. See how long I could sew with it bouncing around.
It won't take long.
Yeah, about time I break something.
Not even started. You already been gone to bed.
Yeah, I get a little seasick when the water moves to it. When I'm okay when it's like this. When it starts doing this thing, I want to go throw up.
Remember crossing the Atlantic Ocean?
Yeah, I remember, and that wasn't even hardly much. There wasn't very much water, waves, right?
Nope.
Every time they had part of the crew had fun teasing me about, oh look, she looks green. You know, like it all feels so good. And finally, the first mate, Tordor says, "You want something to ease the pain?" I'm like, "Yes." Oh, so he gave me some motion sickness medicine.
Well, we always carry them no matter what. Part of our medical pay prescription.
Nor in the wheelhouse. With fishing breaks with Nico. Does that go in your ship? Canada is with you just as you are with us. Oh, thank you for saying that, Lana. I appreciate that. I mentioned something about it earlier. Lana says, take care and be careful out there, my fellow citizens of the world. I want, um, do you think that they would mess with the fishing vessels, honey?
What?
Would they mess with the fishing vessels?
Ooh.
Bad actors. Like if you all were out seeing something happen here at,
Well,
I mean, I never have thought to ask you what would happen if something like that happened where they came and took over Nuke or something.
I don't know what will happen.
I don't know if they'll tell you to stay at sea or what they'd want you to do,
I don't know. No.
I don't even want to think like that though. Have enough to worry about. Lana, let us in, says Raven. John, I'm going to say something I shouldn't say, but I'm going to say it. There are no Chinese or Russian ships surrounding Greenland. Zero. Ask my husband. He spends 6 months out at sea, broken up into 2 months at a time. In all the 31 years he's been a sailor, he has never seen any military ships other than the Danish Navy, and sometimes they'll see Canada's Navy because they're sailing on that invisible line, right?
Seen some Coast Guard, U.S. Coast Guard too.
When did you see a U.S. Coast
A
Guard?
couple of years, 3 years ago, when they're having some kind of
Oh, they were
exercise.
doing exercises?
Yeah.
But this thing that the lie that that's a lie that they're spreading around about Russian and Chinese ships. There is zero. We live here, we know. Just like Americans would know if there was a foreign country illegally parked in United States waters. John says the U.S. Coast Guard is regular to the northern tip. You can see ships with transponders. They're out there, not Russian ships in Greenlandic water, John. Every now and then you might see a civilian in Greenlandic water that might be from another country.
Millionaires, billionaires ship.
China has been fishing out most of the blue waters. They don't fish in Greenland, John.
Nope. Never
The
seen
only
one.
the only companies that fish in Greenlandic water is Greenlandic companies, and what's that one? Iceland? Who is it? Don't you?
European.
One European country company does. They don't share their fishing rights with anybody else.
Denmark has been fishing here too.
Yeah. With Danish ships, yeah, but what I mean is no other country. That's why Greenland's not part of the European Union, because the European Union wanted to control Greenlandic water fishing rights, and the Greenlandic people said, no, you're not. Because fishing is this country's livelihood. Hi, Pam, it's good to see you. There is no Chinese ships in our Greenlandic waters.
None.
He's saying that he is saying you can see the ships with transponders. They are out there. Nikolai has access to that software where they can look at every ship that's out in the water, and there are none that you're talking about.
You can try to go to a webpage called Marine Traffic. They're on that. Trust me. I usually check the ship I'm sailing with on that Marine Traffic. I don't see any Russian, no Chinese ships. Unless there are bulk carriers that go to Canada to pick up some ores that need to go to process in Europe or somewhere. That's the only place we see them. But that only goes in the summertime. Up near where the mine was, it can only be opened in the summertime. That's the only place we can see them. Not every year round.
There might be some over there in the Arctic where Alaska is, because I know they see that over there, but not over here. According to John, he's seen them on Marine Traffic. Well, you haven't seen, that's not true.
Well, I've checked Marine Traffic from time to time. I've never seen some.
No. They're not this a big exaggeration that being said, that's for sure. We should change the subject before something bad happens. Canada fishes near Greenland too. Yes, Canada does. They don't fish in Greenlandic water though. They fish along an invisible line between Canada and Greenland. And there's a big joke about that, in fact, about this little island that it's a joke dispute between Denmark and Canada.
Whiskey war.
It's called a whiskey war. But it's all done in fun. All right, now we can put this top half on and we'll have another non-attached block done. Andrea says, I have an early morning, so I'm going to say goodnight. Cindy Surette, Andrea, John says, was no joke dispute here in Ottawa. Well, now it's a big joke. They argue over that little, what's the name of that place? Hansel? Hans, ooh.
It's a translation for island. Hans Island.
Hans Island?
Yeah.
Yeah, where they leave liquor for each other. Plant their flag every time they come through there. They share that island, but mainland Denmark made an error there. They still have not removed diplomatic from recovered. They still have not recovered diplomatic from that. What does that mean? Yeah, they share the island. I'm aware of that because they're always leaving liquor and flags.
Little jokes within.
Yeah, little jokes. It is the rock with the liquor post. Yes, says John. I was sad to hear that you know who is back talking about taking over Greenland. Yep. And everybody's very upset right now here in Greenland because we're all concerned now. I really hope that yeah.
Just don't bring the subject up again, please.
We already talked about it earlier today.
We already have to talk about it.
I'm trying to keep my temper under control because of it. Not with you guys. Y'all are fine. But it's very upsetting what's being said. I mentioned to you guys, I don't know, a few weeks ago that we picked up paperwork from the police department because I want to become a dual citizen, and I don't know how this all is going to reflect me trying to do that. I may have to postpone it and see what happens first because I want to have dual citizenship. I've lived here long enough to earn that. Double time, yeah. I didn't know it was just 7 years. Apparently you can stay here for 7 years and then request dual citizenship. I didn't know that, and I've been here for 14. And it would be great if I got it because then I could get a Danish passport or a Greenlandic passport. Raven says, get it now. I hope you're able to get dual. Me too, Patrice. I really do hope I can. That way I can have a Greenlandic passport, and then if I want to go somewhere, I don't have to use my United States one. Susan says, I just wanted you to know I think he's wrong, and I stand with you guys. Thank you for that, Susan. I appreciate that. He is wrong. We're living in the 21st century, and there should be no country trying to take over another sovereign country. I don't know why we're going backwards instead of forwards. Raven says, don't put it off. Everything is going to hell in the handbasket. Oh. I'm just glad that the people in our community don't hold me responsible for this stuff. I was worried they would, and they haven't. They've treated me just like I've always been treated. And when they don't see me, they think something's wrong. We haven't seen you. Where have you been?
I was it yesterday that we picked up that box?
Yeah.
From Syracuse?
Monday.
Right. Monday, I picked up a box from that's been sent from US to us. It's a quite big box. I don't want to carry it all the way home, so I pulled the cab. He was about to. Aren't you? I thought you were in the U.S. and having Christmas then. I said no. We were at home. So they know this when we're not visible in town. People know that we are gone.
Or they think we're gone. Yeah.
They think that we're gone.
Yeah.
And when you finally see you, they'll ask you, "Where have you been?"
Yeah.
I didn't see you.
Yeah, because sometimes they won't see me at all at the store, like for weeks, and then suddenly I'm there. And when that happens, they think, "Where have you been? We've missed you." Because the town we live in has a population of around 3,800, and a lot of them know who I am. Some I don't know their names, but they know who I am. Raven says, "Well, I have no health insurance now." Uh-oh, that's not good. And then Susan says, "Because he wants the Gilded Age back, and the little people, us, don't matter to him." John says, "Katie, wear a Viking horned helmet and you will blend right in." So the town that we live in, we have the Norse ruins are part of our area. I mean, you can only get to the Norse ruins by boat, but you can actually hike to one of them or two of them, but it would take all day to hike to it. But Eric the Red is the one that named our country Greenland. So it was him that started, was here at the same time the indigenous was. And there's a story behind Eric the Red. So Eric the Red was from Norway, and the reason they called him Eric the Red is because he had red hair, but also because he had a fiery temper. And so anytime he would have a disagreement with somebody, he would just dispatch them. So he got kicked out of his home country because he was doing that kind of thing. So he ended up in Iceland, and he put down roots in Iceland, and he was there long enough to have a wife and raise his two kids, because I think he had two. His son Leaf, and I don't remember what his daughter's name was, but Leaf has some history too with migrating. And anyway, his son got into an argument with the neighbor, and instead of Eric letting his son and this neighbor work things out, he walked over there and dispatched the neighbor. So he got kicked out of Iceland for the same reason. They booted him. So a friend of his had said, you should go check out that island I found myself stuck on when I got hit by a storm in the northern Atlantic. And he kind of tried to explain where he might find it. Well, Eric the Red found it. He landed down here in Gardar's, where he landed off at. And so for 3 years, he explored South Greenland and part of a little bit up the west coast where Nuuk is now at. And he decided he's going to go back to Iceland to get his family and try to talk several families into joining him to migrate to Greenland. So he also named Greenland, and because it didn't have a name at the time. And so he set sail with 16 boats. 16, or was it 26? It was quite a grouping, and out of that, I think only 10 or 11 of them made it here. And so Eric the Red said Gardar, which there's a Greenlandic name for that, and I can't think of the name of it. What's the Greenlandic name for that one? Yeah, it's the one I can't pronounce hardly. And his son Leaf set up a village where, I say it wrong, I call it Igliku, but if you hear Nikolai say it, it's different. And that's Greenlandic, actually. What does it mean anyway? What does it mean?
I think it's
just a Greenlandic name for kind of like Kokordak, a name.
Yeah.
And so, but Leaf had Leif wanted to explore. He was an explorer. So, you know, we're all, us in the United States are taught that it was Columbus that found the North America first, but that's not true. It was Leif Erikson that found North America first. So the United States wasn't even the United States when Greenland was a country or was named Greenland, put it that way. And Norway owned it for a while, and then through some agreement between Denmark and Norway, Denmark became the owner of Greenland. And then in 985, they sent a Danish Norwegian missionary to this area where we live at. They were supposed to come and Christianize Norsemen, and I'm kind of confused about that part of it because a lot of the Norsemen were already Christians. In fact, there's a story about Eric the Red never being Christianized because his wife was a Christian, and so she wouldn't sleep with him in the bed anymore until he became a Christian. And he says, "Well, I will never be a Christian." And so he never did become part of that Episcopal, because they were Episcopals, I think.
Since I knew that, I have Nordic ancestry, mostly Norwegian.
Yeah. So if you want to learn more about the saga, the Norsemen and the Icelandic sagas and oral tradition in the Nordic world, there's two really good books that are in English, and this one's called Destination Viking Saga Lands, the Icelandic Sagas and Oral Tradition in Nordic World. That's this one. This one talks about when Eric the Red came to Greenland. There's a section about that. And there's also this one. This one's the Sagas of Icelanders with a preface by Jane Smiley. And this one's also about the Norsemen. They're a really big book. Not yet right now because I'm gonna put them in my description box so they can find it. Wait, I need a backdrop. Patrice, this little thing about naming it Greenland because he wanted to trick people into thinking it's green. I wish people really had a better understanding of that. And the only way people have a better understanding is if they came here during the months when Greenland is actually green. All of South Greenland turns into this green fauna as soon as the ice and snow melt. So when he came and found Greenland, it was actually green because he was there during the summer months. That is not a lie why he, by naming it Greenland, it was the truth. And Iceland has just as much ice on Iceland as Greenland did. Well, no, because Greenland's a lot bigger, but you know what I'm saying. This whole country is not covered from coast to coast with ice. All because a supporter made a fake video. What? Raymond says it would be funny if I wasn't on Wisconsin. We're living in BS. I didn't vote that way, but I have to deal with it. Susan says, I knew that. I had Nordic ancestry, mostly Norwegian. Yeah, I found out my DNA that I have Danish, Norwegian, uh, Germanic, Germany DNA. Here, I'll tell you what I have. Because yeah, we only have a few minutes left before I send you to William. So we can talk about my DNA real quick because it's interesting. I did a DNA test. Well, the reason I did a DNA test is I got approached by someone who was looking for her paternal grandfather. And she knew he was an Oglesby. She just didn't know which one. And every time, because she hired someone to help her. And every time they would approach an Oglesby, they're like, nope, not doing it. And I don't really understand what the big deal is, but okay. So I got an email asking me if I would have a discussion with them about my paternal side and would I mind talking on the phone. And I wrote back, I said, well, I'm in Greenland. If you want to talk on the phone, you're going to have to call me or I can call you. So they ended up calling me actually. And so they explained the situation. And I said, so she just wants to know which Oglesby grandpa she has. I'm like, what's the big deal? Sure, I'll do it. So I was supposed to have actually done the DNA in 2020, but with the what happened, with the lockdowns and everything, we had to postpone because he couldn't send me a DNA test overseas. It needed to be done in the States because I don't know the time frame it would take for them to get everything, I guess, is what it is. So I did the DNA in 2022. And when it came back, they contacted me and they also sent me, I didn't have to pay for the DNA test, nothing. And when I got the answer back, I was shocked because I found out I had a half cousin I did not know. She and I share the same paternal grandfather. So that means that my paternal grandfather, had an affair sometime between the birth of my father and the birth of his younger brother. Now, did the wife know about it? I don't know. Did my dad know about it? I don't know. It's really, I don't know the answer to any of that because if my dad knew about it, he never said anything about it. And, which is sad because he would have had a half sister. So, half sister. Yeah, he would have had a half sister, which would have been my half aunt. Half aunt is my half cousins from my half aunt. And, but my half aunt is not living, just like any of the rest of them aren't. But my half cousin is, and she lives in the town right next door to where Thomas is living. So this next time I come to the States, I'm gonna make time to meet her. We've talked a lot on and off, but so they sent me all of the results of my DNA. And so right now I have 26% of my DNA comes from, well, they list this as Celtic and Gaelic, England, West Europe, Nordic, Central Africa. Okay, so 26% comes from Central Scotland and Northern Ireland. 7% is from Southern Wales. 6% is from Munster, Ireland. 4% is from Northern Wales and Northwest England. 3% is from Hebrides and Western Highlands, Scotland. 2% is from Donegal, Ireland. 23% is from southeastern England and northwestern Europe. 4% is from West Midlands. 9% is from northwestern Germany. 4% from the Netherlands. 9% from Sweden. 2% from Denmark. And 1% from Cameroon in Africa, Central Africa. That's what's in my DNA. And so the Cameroon comes from my father's side of my DNA. So I'm a mix of a bunch of them up there.
don't care. I still love you.
I love you too, honey. Well, you're half Danish and half Greenlandic.
Well, I don't know. I mean, yeah.
You should do a DNA so you can see how it breaks down overall.
Yeah, I need to do that.
Yeah, because your mama was full Greenlandic.
Yep.
It's kind of like my kids. My kids' dad, my first husband, he was half Japanese, so they have Japanese DNA in their blood. All three of them. And the first when they were little, you could really see the Asian in them. They really looked Asian at the time when they were really young, especially with their eyes, because they had that thick lid that's pretty prominent for Japanese people. And now I'm married to another native that's not. Yeah. Raven says even worse, its supporters are silent. Yeah, I wrote something the other someone sent me an email of a quilter, and I'm not going to say who it was, and she was saying she was thinking about me today, and she's seen all this stuff, and she says she doesn't agree with any of it. And I said the problem that I think is people who are not paying attention, who don't want to care, their silence is making them, what's the word I used? I used a word, now I can't think of the word. They're complicit because they're not speaking up against breaking the Constitution. And you're right, they don't. So, how many of you have actual European descendants, like Nordic and the different German or whatever? I mean, how many of you have that in your that you know about anyway? I remember my dad used to talk a lot about his family having German DNA, because I guess there's stories about it. But my mom, the only thing my mom knew about her side of the family was that a lot of them they were Dutch from Holland. So that's why you see the thing about the Netherlands in my DNA. But I can only get back to like 18 something with my paternal side. And I don't know how far back I can go with my mom's side, because there's so much that you can't find about that family. And it's a big family. I mean, my mom came from a family of 13. You guys still there?
It's 1:30 now.
He starts at 1:50. Okay, we had 57 votes about what would you prefer as a recap for 2025, live or pre-record. 68% of you said you would prefer me to do it on a live, and 32% said they would prefer it as a pre-record. So I'm probably going to do it as a live. And when I do the recap, I'm also going to be talking about what I'm going to do for 2026. Raven says she is half Germanic and Prussian with West African coast and English. Shelby says, you've seen me in person. There's little doubt my ancestry is from Northern Europe. Yeah. Dawn says she has Scottish in him, for sure. Raven says, I chose pre-recorded so we could have more Katie. Grandma Arvison is so far back for her line as she was an orphan at a very young age. Wow. I'm curious to know when on both sides of my family when they migrated to the United States, but I can't find that date. Oh, I forgot to show you the block. This is the new block. So it can be turned either way. I haven't decided which way I want to do it yet. I'm probably going to do it like that because those butterflies are directional. Patrice's Kixie. That's how I started my genealogy research in the 1980s, curious about when each of my four grandparents came to the United States. Well, I can go back 5 generations and they're still in the United States. So they must have come even further back than that, but I can't. Well, on the Oglesby side, anyway. On the D side, I don't know when they actually came to the States. Go back a little in chat. I put my ancestry in. Okay. Susan said she's English, Welsh, Scottish, Norwegian, less Swedish, Dane, and smidgen of German. Wow. So you never know. You might be related to Nikolai.
Maybe.
Maybe. Pretty block. I like the orange pops of color in the center.
You never know.
Let's see. Shelby says it was 1620s, 1750s, 1880s, and 1910s. Let me see. Since I have my genealogy thing up, let me look to see what the latest date is for my paternal side. I got to go look at my family tree. Okay, so the furthest I can find, which he's my third great grandfather, and he was born in 1820 in Scriven, Georgia. Raven says 1860s to 1890s. John, 1820s to 40s. Katie, has your family mostly stayed in the South? Yes, as far as I know. I mean, I don't know. A lot of the Oglesbys are in Georgia, but I've also found a little bit of remnants of Oglesbys in a couple of other states. On my mom's side, the D side, most of them were in around the Jasper, Alabama area, with a few in Florida. And it might explain why my mother didn't sound like she was from Alabama, but my cousin does. On the other side goes back to the colonies. Yeah, that's as far back as I can get with the Oglesby side and my mom's side. Now, on my mom's side, let me see how far back I can go. Not as far back as I can with my dad's side. Yeah. I can only go to my great grandfather who was born in 1870 on my mom's side. So I don't have as much on that side of the family that I do on my dad's side. My mother's parents came to America in 1928. Dad's side, mother's family, 1810. His family side, late 1800s. So I'm thinking that maybe both sides of my family probably came sometime in the early 1800s, maybe, but I can't get more information as of yet, or I haven't been able to. If I paid someone to find it, they would probably find it. I really don't want to do that.
Open a can of worms.
Yeah, well, it already opened a can of worms on my dad's side. When I get my stuff out of storage, I have a folder of the Oglesby, and there's a story about my third grandpa, I think. Third or fourth one. He was at home having an affair with an African, and his son come walking in, and nobody knew they were doing it. And his son came home, and instead of knocking on the door and waiting to be told to come in, he just come walking in, found his dad having fun. His dad got up and beat the crap out of his son and said, "You speak of this, you'll get more." And it got spoken about because we all know about it. Really, John? I didn't know that. My dad's the thing about it is my mom's side, like my grandmother, she raised 13 kids, and they were dirt poor. I mean, they were cotton croppers is what they were. They cropped cotton in Alabama. On my dad's side, I'm not exactly sure what the heck they did. I don't know if they were farmers or what they were, because there's really not any known. I know that they were better off financially than my mom's side was. So they must have did something a little bit different to be better off. And their families, once they hit a certain generation, like my dad's generation, no, his dad's generation, my grandfather. So my grandfather only had 4 kids, because you got to count my half cousin. And out of those 4 kids, my dad had 4 kids. His sister had 2. His younger brother didn't have any because he was mentally handicapped. And my half cousin's mom only had, I guess, a couple of kids, but only one of them belonged to the Oglesby. And then when my dad's generation, so dad, you know, like I said, then my generation, my brother has 1 son. That's all he has. My 2 sisters have 1 kid apiece, and I have 3. So the family has shrunk a lot as far as that part of the family. And most everybody from my dad up are all dead. They all passed away from either heart disease or some type of cancer. On my mom's side, the family was huge, and now it's slowly shrinking down too. John says, yes, brought over to crop cotton. Yeah. So with my kids' generation, my oldest daughter has 1 kid, my son has 1 kid, and my younger daughter only has 2. So it's even they're being more yeah. And my sister's daughter, the one that lives in Spain, she's not even married and never had a kid. My nephew from my other sister, he doesn't have any biological kids either. And right now, with my brother, my second nephew, nephew by my brother, he's too young right now. He just turned 18 or 19, so he hasn't got a girlfriend yet. So I think the Oglesby name might end up disappearing. Unless my nephew has a boatload of boys. Okay, that would be great. It's spelled like this, John. This is my paternal name. I'll give you the name of the paternal side. The latest one I have is Joseph Millage. Hold on a minute. I gotta go back and look that up because I gotta spell it right.
Got 4 minutes. 3 minutes.
Okay, babe. This is as far back as I can go is with this man on my paternal side. And he was born on October the 18th of 1858. October 18, 1858. Yeah, I think I just said that. In Scriven County, Georgia. Now, see, this is so weird. Some of these say Scriven County, Georgia, and then others just say Scriven, Georgia. And I found out there's actually a Scriven, Georgia. So I don't know which one's correct because some of that's what it says. But they like millage, he had, listen to this. He had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. He had 12 kids. Half of them boys and half of them girls. Just from Joseph Millage. And he married a woman by the name of and I have found some stuff about her, which is interesting. Her name, the one he married was Mary Ann Polly Bolton. That's who he was married to. No, no, I'm sorry. That's wrong. Wait, no, that's right. It could be both city and county, says Shelby. Yeah, it's interesting because yeah, I'm all right. It starts at 1:50. Yeah, 2 minutes. I see what you're saying. Um, yeah, so it could be because I thought the next time I went to Georgia, it seems like that Scriven's not ungodly too far to drive from where Thomas lives, and I might just go there and see what I can find because there is an Oglesby, there is a cemetery that has Oglesby stuff in it, and see what I can see in there. Of course, some of those gravestones are probably so old you can't see anything, any writing on them at all. The counties change over time too, says John. Yeah, so it's pretty hard. But I have a feeling that if I went to Jasper, Alabama, I could probably gain more information by finding out where all the Deeses were buried. I probably would get more information at the cemetery, probably. John says those last names are Scottish and Irish. Bolton is Irish.
1 minute.
You can also check. Yeah, I've been looking at that Find a Grave, and I've only found a few. This is the link I just shared is for Williams Live, you guys, which is starting in, oh, it's starting right now. Anyway, this is what I'm going to say. Thank you for coming to my live. Thank you for hanging out with me. I hope y'all had fun. And he said to get a best look at the old capstones, use a flashlight from the side and read the shade. Okay, that's actually a great idea. The other thing I thought about doing is sticking a piece of paper over the top of it and take lead pencil and do that on it. All right, I posted the link. I'll see you guys. Have a great time, everyone. See you next time. Y'all have a nice night. Thank you for coming over. I'll see you Thursday, 4:30 Eastern Standard Time, the regular time, and I will be working on a 1,000 block tomorrow. So see you tomorrow. Have a great night. Remember to live, laugh, love, and dream. What do you do with that? You make something beautiful. See you tomorrow on the next live. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
And tell William I sent y'all over there. Wow.